きしようよ準備開脚早もっとまだまこの世界を楽しんでみたすんだ
Day one of the playoffs is in the books. Some unforgettable plays secured two teams a semi-final spot, but there are still two more up for grabs. Today, the French favorites Team Vitality face a tough test against Masters Santiago winners Nongshim Red Force. Then 100 Thieves and MIBR Los face off in an all-American clash that will see these two rivals push each other to the limit. Winners will take one more step towards the trophy. The losers will head home. The stakes have been raised. It's time for the quarterfinals.
I don't know if he has time for this one though, Kev. It's going to be very close. Oh, that is unbelievable. Also, one enemy.
Ladies and gentlemen, one and all, welcome back to the City of Love. We are live in downtown Paris. It's EWC 2026, and we are here on the main stage in the STC Arena for Valorant. I'm your host, Chris Puckett, alongside two of my favorite humans. I have a casting crush on this duo. Kakuka, can you showcase your nails to the chat?
Oh, you want me to show my nails?
Yeah,
I mean,
look at these things.
I think that this is it's a difficult one. But yeah, I collect them. I actually have a very long collection of nails.
Okay.
And this one's are for the finals. Yeah.
I did not know that you collected nails.
Yeah.
That is a fantastic new piece of knowledge.
Crazy thing to do.
They look good. Big time. I know you're collecting paychecks here. Who do you expect to collect the most money, though, at EWC for Valorant?
For Valorant, so that's who's going to win the tournament. Look, I picked Vitality, but I kind of hope I'm wrong today. If they go home today, look, I'm not mad about it.
I'm going to stop you right there. You chose Vitality?
I did choose Vitality.
You had one job. You had one job. There had to be one person that was going to be rooting for Nongshim.
That's Achilles. He went for it. He got that covered.
Thank God that men like Seth exist.
Don't cheer for the Pacific teams. Mitch was doing the same thing through groups. Let's take a look, though, at our brackets because Nongshim is the only hope of the Pacific left in our 8-team bracket. It's single elimination, and we've already sent 2 squads packing as the Heretics and Gentlemates were eliminated last night. So, Kakuka, walk me through what do we have in front of us today?
So for today, we have 100 Thieves versus MIBR Lost that battle in America's 2 teams. One of them being 100 Thieves that surprised us for the positive side. And then MIBR, I think that is what the team that everybody expects to do a little bit better, but somehow are not believing because of the results that they've shown, so I cannot blame the people. And then for the other one, the winner of EWC 2026 will be in that match. That is what I should have said.
There we go.
Yeah, I'm stealing. The winner of EWC will be in that match.
I like this call out. Let's take a look here at yesterday's top performers, and I want to get your thoughts first, big time. Chat, let me know if you agree with him. Who was the day one MVP, and which team did they play for?
Look, we had some crazy performances yesterday. I have to give full credit to NRG. They played in a hostile environment, but made it work. But when I'm talking about MVPs, I'm talking a guy who's the most valuable. I'm talking the guy who's the #1 in my eyes after yesterday, and that's LaRock. Full love and respect to that guy. Not only was he amazing in the server, he was amazing outside of the server.
Best personality on the stage yesterday.
The whole of day one, he's my MVP. He's got it covered everywhere.
For those that missed LaRock's statement that he made out of game, what did he happen to do at the end of that match, Kakuka?
Well, whilst he was crushing Team Heretics Key, the title defenders here in Valorant for EWC, he told the Gentlemates fans, by the way, were thousands here at the arena, that they should enjoy the day because NRG was going to send them home, and this was going to be the last time that they saw them. And he was right.
He was pretty right. Take a look at some of the
For a while
other
he
top...
wasn't, which was the funniest thing because mates were looking amazing and were making NRG look a little bit like fools. And then we had players like Kiko, players like Mata, even Ethan surprising in the duelist, just giving a different angle to that narrative.
What did you like from the NRG boys? Was it Kiko popping off for you, or does Mata win the head of the MVP race for NRG?
I think for me, look, I think Keiko was solid all day. Love Keiko, he's my guy. But ultimately, I think Mata was more impressive, especially when it got tight. It went across to that map 3. The pressure really starts to mount. But there's a saying, which is big-time players make big-time plays in big-time games. And I felt like Mata was a big-time player there.
That's why you got that name?
Just coincidence, pure coincidence.
Pure coincidence.
Big-time caster, big-time plays, big-time coaching, big-time paydays. We take a look here at the best plays from yesterday. Let us know which one of these 4 do you have as the front runner of MVP. That is day 1 in the books, and we still have 2 more matches to go. If anyone is watching at home, who are some of the squads that you're excited to see? Any players in particular, big time?
Look, okay, now I gotta hype up my boys in Pacific.
Okay, go.
But today, it's all about Danby for me. If Nongshim are gonna get it done, Danby will be the guy. He will be on that neon, almost certainly, where he's at home, where he won the MVP over in Santiago. If he could, there's anyone who can make it work, it's him.
Yeah, I think it must be very difficult for you to look at your team and be like, well, we have one superstar.
Wow.
Because on the side of Vitality, you have Sayonara, who has been the least of the rotten apples, turning 18 and actually performing the way that he was expected to. You have Chronicle. Does Chronicle even need an introduction?
Is he good?
Is he good?
I think I've heard of him.
Listen, you use Chronicle. You use Chronicle level to base if you're good or not. That is what you aim to be. You aim to be Chronicle.
Got it.
You have Durkin. Have you heard of Durkin Time?
Who?
Insane.
Pretty solid guy for Fnatic in the past. In the meantime, we got to check in with one of our favorite co-casters. He was hosting the show yesterday. Right now, he's down on the floor with Vitality. Digon, what's going on out there?
Hey everyone, I'm here with founder, heartbeat of Vitality. It is Neo at the Vitality booth here at EWC. Thanks for spending time with us.
Thank you for having me.
It has been such a great journey here in terms of esports. You have a bunch of different titles across the club championship. Last year, you came very close to winning the top there. What are the goals? What have you learned from last year into this year for the club championship?
Definitely, I think we want to give a fair and nice battle to the other contenders, and of course, you know, like there is a big name Falcons, you know, that's won back-to-back.
Might have heard of them.
Of course, they are the biggest favorite of this tournament, and we want to challenge them, especially that we are at home, you know, like, and it feels special to play in front of our home crowd in our city. So I hope that EWC 2026 belongs to Vitality, but let's say that second place can make my life a bit better as well, but I think, let's dream bigger.
What do you hope that all of the Vitalities, the bees that are here, can provide to the players, given the fact that a lot of the time they're playing at the studio? What's the big difference here with the fans?
Oh, I think this is something that we discuss a lot, you know, like most of our players, they are big stage guys, you know, they like to step in, they like to prove themselves in front of this kind of audience, and this is where champions are born and made. And I think it's really important to play in front of this audience, and I'm grateful that we managed to a really short amount of time to construct and build something that's as big as it looks like right now. And yeah, I think it will be definitely one of the key markers for us, because we need overperformance to beat Falcons, and when overperformance, you need probably a 6-man, and 6-man is definitely the audience.
Absolutely. Now, here in Valorant, it was a big overhaul of the roster. You've gone with Pal at the head coach and kind of running this kind of project here. Then you added Sayonara recently. Kind of talk me through these changes here with your Valorant squad, and what are you most excited about for them?
Definitely last year we had big ups because we managed to win the kickoff and we figured it super well at Bangkok. I think it was a bit heartbreaking fashion to lose over there. 1T1 frankly was an amazing winner, and then after this it was more complicated. We know we have some inner fights that created like some tension, and ultimately had the feeling that the foundation was not sustainable anymore. So we had to get from the really beginning, and I think Pal is probably one of the brilliant minds that we have in the Valorant ecosystem. I think it's probably one of the best coach that Europe have been nourished, and yeah, I think I was starting with this piece, and ultimately, when you have this kind of guy, you want to assemble a team that is full of ambition. And I had Derke, that was a nice starting. And then I had my eyes set on a wonder kid named Sayonara, and Wonder Kid and Vitality, it means something. We had Zen in Rocket League, Zaiwu in Counter-Strike, and I hope that Sayonara can be this type of beast.
Yeah, very stacked with talent across the board. You heard Neo's thoughts on the club championship. Now time to take a listen to the players.
We did the same last year. I think that's something that we try and aim to do. It's really important for us to progress in the club championship.
서로 자랑스럽게 해도 된다고 생각을 하고요. 일단은 많은 팀들도 이제 저희랑 같이.
It's as important as any team to place in the club championship. Getting those points is huge for that nice little bonus. The club championship points are pretty important for 100 Thieves. I know especially last year we tried our best to get as many as we could, and this year we're doing the same.
We already did some part of our job. Our bosses are happy, if I can say, so there is nothing else to say. Vitality as an org, they might be the first one who actually will secure that championship, if not for example Falcons. It will be super funny to see.
If every team does good in their tournament, it's gonna be good for MyBR. We're gonna do our best to get the club championship.
Honestly, I don't know how the rest of the clubs are doing in championship points, but I wish Falcons was, here so then we could deny them. That would be the funniest thing.
Yeah, let's get these Falcons guys off the throne. Let's not have them sitting there for another year in a row. We want to be the team that makes the difference for the rest of the club. That's a privilege. That's something that management have done a fantastic job of really supporting us with and putting us in a position to do. That's the challenge that we're here for. It's time for Vitality. We want to see the fans enjoying that as well. We want to see them coming to get to celebrate this tournament and celebrate our participation in it.
It was a huge thing for Heretics that we just won Valorant. Yeah, it put them really high in the club championship.
No pressure coming from the organization. They believe in us, and we're kind of just believing in ourselves to do well and kind of move forward, progress, and kind of take the same kind of result as what we did last year. We're here to win the club championship.
What's up, guys? We're here at the Vitality booth. Vitality is about to play in their quarterfinals matchup, so we're going to talk to some fans. Let's get in there. All right, joining us here is Tristan and Kashu here, fans of Vitality. How do you feel about today's match against Nongshim Red Force?
I think we're just gonna destroy them. Yeah, the same feeling. I think it will be a quick 2-0.
What makes you so excited about Team Vitality? How'd you become a fan?
So it's my brother, so he just introduced me to the esports on CSGO, and I just continue to follow them and just come to be a fan of Vitality.
Kacha, you introduced him. How did you find Vitality?
I'm an esports fan, so I watch not only Valorant, but a lot of games, and mainly Counter-Strike. Then I see Vitality, I become a fan, and I just watch them on every game. So here I'm for Valorant.
It's awesome to hear from the players and the fans, and as you can see, Vitality ready to take the stage as Chronicle and crew are rolling through. They're about to put it on for Europe. We've got big time here ready to talk about what's going on today, because as much as Vitality was expected to be here, there were a lot of questions about this team. Nongshim coming in, the only squad representing Pacific, and they could be our Crunchyroll story of the day. So big time, talk to me a little bit why you love the South Korean team and what are their expectations from here on out.
The thing is, with the Pacific teams, we expect dominance. We've been on top as a region for the last couple years now. We seem to keep winning these trophies, and it's always looking good internationally. But here at EWC, we just haven't found that success. Nongshim Red Force, the only team to make it out of the groups, and they have had an incredibly up and down year. Started strong, kickoff undefeated, Santiago undefeated. They lift that trophy, but then their year dips because they have Danby, the greatest Neon player probably to ever exist, whoever will exist, and he's not on the Neon. They're trying to figure out these roles. They can't figure out the meta. Then EWC qualifiers come around. Guess what they do?
They put Danby on Neon?
Exactly. They put Danby back on the
so
Neon.
Smart.
And what a surprise. They start winning games again.
7th to 8th place with him not on Neon. Top 3 with him on Neon. Is he playing Neon all games today?
I would hope so. If he doesn't play Neon, I will have a problem. Maybe I have to go on stage. Maybe I have to talk to them. Maybe I got to intervene here to keep Pacific alive.
So can they win against a team that is not G2?
Yes, they can. It's doable. Is it easy? No. Is it a walk in the park? No. Is it doable? Absolutely.
Absolutely. Big shout out there for our story of the day from Big Time. If it's not going to be just the Neon, Kakuka, how can Nongshim win this?
I think that there's some other stars. I think that Ivy really had very good groups, keeping them alive in the hardest of moments and in the most difficult parts of the match. I think that Extras as well stepping up. I think that I like the way that Nongshim breathes more when Danby's on the Neon. We were speaking about the reasons why they moved him away. And it's the fact that if you have a player that is that good, you do not want to put him in a situation where it's so easy for him to die at the beginning of the round.
Yeah.
But the thing is, like, no one can create the pressure in this space that Danby can create whilst playing on the Neon. So it is the most worthy of the sacrifices.
I mean, that's exactly it. He was often the self-described tank of this team. His job is go in and die, soak that utility.
Soak up all that utility, let your teammates frag out. Well, a guy who is also looking to soak and frag out today goes by the name of Yampy. He's been doing it his whole career, and he's right beside Digon. Take it away.
Hello, everyone. I'm here with Yampy of Team Vitality before his match against Nongshim Red Force. Now, RB was the one that you were up against, and RB was like, it's great to see some of the old heads there. Isn't it crazy the fact that you're considered now one of the more veteran players in Valorant?
Yeah, it went super fast, you know, like when I joined the scene, I was probably one of the youngest ones, and now I saw that one of the oldest players was like Boo in this tournament. He was like, and he's like 28 or something, so yeah, it shifted very fast.
Since you pulled Nongshim Red Force as your opponent, did your prep change over the last couple of days, or have you stayed the same?
No, still always the same. We have a very clear system between me and the coaches, basically what everybody does, and we treat every opponent the same, so just normal. Of course, the time was a little bit different because normally in VCT you have like almost 1 week to prep. Now you just have a couple of days, so yeah.
How great is it to now be here in Paris in front of these fans for Vitality who have just shown up here and given you a lot of support?
Yeah, it's always fun, you know, like normally when we play on stages there is not so many fans, so yeah, it just means a lot for the Vitality as an org, so yeah, it's an honor to represent Vitality here.
All right, Yampy, well, good luck today in your match against Nongshim Red Force. We'll send it back to y'all.
Thank you so much.
Awesome stuff there from Yampy. He, of course, will be the IGL in the game. Kakuka, if he is going to lead the lobby, though, in frags, he's done it in his career. What's his best agent?
His best agent? Oh, that's such a funny question, because if you ask me, I would say Chamber, and if you know, you know. But seriously, Yampy's played everything.
Yeah.
The Killjoy, the Omen, the Jet. Like, you have to have been here to follow his entire journey. And to me, Yampy is not only about the things that he's done in Valorant, he has an entire career in esports. And for him coming into this tournament, he's one of the players to look at, because, yes, in Vitality, there's very heavy shooters. They shoot so heavily that you forget that Yampy is also there, and he's one of the most cerebral and the smartest players that we have in EMEA.
Where does the big brain choose to play? That is the question as we have our map vetoes up and running, and it looks like our first ban will be Fracture removed by Vitality. Lotus is going to be removed by Nongshim. Ascent and Split will be our first 2 maps confirmed. Thoughts coming in here, Big Time?
So we saw Ascent from Nongshim over in the group stages against Gentlemates, and I think it was a 13-3 against them. Not a strong look on the map for them. Neon isn't a natural fit there at all, so It makes a lot of sense for me to see Vitality target.
It's okay, you can just say Vitality was very smart because Neon is not a good fit for a side. You can say it. It's okay if that is also truth. I was surprised because Vitality, of course, have the higher seed because they come in as the 2-0 team, and they decided to be Team A, right? With both of the teams having the possibility to ban that fracture, they don't care about that. They want to make sure that they get the side select on the last one, and probably, you know, I like that kind of mind game. But yeah, I agree with you. Although I will say, for most of the matches that we've seen being incredibly dominant during the group stage, where they're like, oh, this is a weak map for someone, look at what happened to Heretics, what happened with
that's
NRG.
true.
Teams have been able to bounce back in maps that weren't good for them.
We have the match ready in 15 seconds, so final predictions. I know you've got them in on EWC Play, but get it on air big time. Where are you going?
Vitality 2-1. I'm sorry.
Vitality 2-1.
2-0. Spain's playing later. We got to get out of here.
Vitality. I represent APAC. Let's send it to the stage for Nongshim to walk away with the upset, shall we?
Super interesting to play in front of French fans, especially the ones that will be on our side 100%, and also specific to our club as well. Golden Hornets will be probably here, and it will be really funny to see. I think we are being very critical into the way how we play the game. We are always trying to seek improvement, and we are trying not to be stuck into, first of all, in the past. For us, it's always the efficiency mindset. That's something that helps us to play not only good on officials, but also on practices that like we are not setting too much expectations from ourselves. I mean, we are still confident. Without confidence, we will be never here. So for us, it's obviously very important to keep up the confidence and again, just pull through.
패자조 브라켓이 없는 상위조 브라켓밖에 없는 이제 대회이기도 한데 일단 부담스러운 거는 저는 당연하다고 생각을 하고 있고요. 그냥 앞에 있는 남은 3경기를 그냥 무조건 이겨야겠다는 생각밖에 안 할 것 같습니다.
Against Nongshim, I think they might start running it down in some ways, like they will start using their set rounds that are always working in terms of punishing some specific playstyles or aggressive approaches from other teams, and that's where we should be just ready and be countering them in that regard. Nongshim, be ready, we'll really surprise you.
저희 입장에서는 바이탈리티가 유럽의 슈퍼팀이라고 그렇게 부르기도 하거든요. 워낙 멤버들이 다들 경험치가 많은 선수들도 많고 그런 멤버들이 많다 보니까 일단은 그렇게 깊게 생각할 거 필요 없이 일단은 저희가 상대 스타일을 보면서 어떻게든 이겨보려고 계속 생각해내면서 그렇게 이길 것 같습니다.
Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour à tous, bienvenue à la STC Arena. Quel plaisir de se retrouver pour la deuxième journée de l'Esports World Cup VALORANT. I am Lou, your host, and of course, with Ian Chambers.
It's a pleasure to be here. Salut Paris! What a time it is to be alive in Paris. We've got the Esports World Cup going on, of course. This is day 2 of VALORANT at the STC Arena. And I was out and about on the streets of Paris last night, and it was a good time to be here, that's for sure.
I am very glad that you got a little taste of what it is to be in France, maybe to be French during the World Cup. Parce qu'effectivement, mesdames et messieurs, la France est en demi-finale de la Coupe du Monde.
Allez les Bleus! Of course, there was lots of celebrations here in Paris last night when it came to the football, but here there was heartbreak. There was turmoil. We saw last year's reigning champions, Team Heretics, get crushed out of the tournament. And of course, the hometown favourites, Gentlemates, are out. I'm sorry.
You don't need to make it worse like this, you know, but it is true that we only have one French representative left here in Paris, which is Vitality. Donc effectivement, on a perdu Team Heretics. Il y aura dans tous les cas un nouveau champion de l'EWC cette année et également les Gentlemates. Malgré une ambiance de dingue, ils nous ont quittés. So yeah, last hopes on Team Vitality, I guess.
I mean, the cool and exciting thing about what we've got ahead of us here is that we are guaranteed to have a brand new winner here in Paris. And we are about to welcome our next contender onto the stage.
Un club de FPS de légende, leur équipe Valorant ne fait pas exception, vous le savez, eux aussi sont là à la maison. C'est Team Vitality!
Black and yellow is about to storm the stage. Here they are, a roster packed with winners, clutch players, and names that we know have what it takes to win.
Top of their group, looking confident, looking crazy. Let's see what the Vitality boys can do today.
And their opponents, Nongshim Red Force.
And they're getting booed while entering the stage, but they have the hopes of Korea, the hopes of an entire continent on their shoulders. Le dernier espoir pour la Corée du Sud, c'est Nongshim Red Force.
Twice they were asked the same question by G2, twice they gave the same answer. Now they step into the quarterfinals as the last Pacific team left, carrying a region, a reset, and a warning for everyone still in the bracket.
It's time to discover which one of their teams has what it takes to take the win on this quarterfinal.
Allez, let's go!
I am loving what we are seeing here on the stage. Excellent camera work from our directors behind the scene, and we are about to see an Emmy nominee-worthy performance by these teams. Nongshim getting booed by the fans, and Kukuka, we were saying, it's so unfair. You boo America, we understand it, but you boo the nicest humans on the planet, the most kind, most well-behaved esports players.
Listen, I think that what Lou was saying on the stage is very important. At the end of the day, Vitality is the only French org left here in Valorant. So, of course, the crowd needs to be by their side. I am sorry, Morgan. I understand. Even you changed your mind and went for Vitality in the end.
Look, that's a prediction. That's not. That's what's in my heart. That's not what I want to happen. I'd love to be wrong today.
Your brain, not your heart.
Exactly. These Nongshim Red Force kids, they have a lot of weight on their shoulders here, carrying not only a region, a whole hemisphere here in the Valorant competition. Doesn't get bigger than this in terms of pressure, but we know that they know how to deliver. We know they know how to lift trophies.
One of the coolest things I've seen from Nongshim is their ability to bounce back. They can get destroyed in the first map and all of a sudden turn the game on its head in map number 2. They don't go down without a fight despite being down huge in rounds. Let's take a look at what they decide to bring out as we get into our agent selection. Vitality about to make their way to their stations. All smiles on the stage for now, Kukuka.
They're excited. Also, having the coach behind the players is such a cool setup that we do not have in EMEA. Between that and being able to bring papers onto the table, like, my heart is definitely here. But as you're saying, let's talk a little bit about Ascent, because we were speaking about the results for Nongshim. Let's talk a little bit about Vitality as well. We saw them play against NRG, but it was just a 16-14 overtime.
Yeah.
Testing the waters might have been enough for them, and probably thinking of what you're saying, and then just making Nongshim go to somewhere there where they will be uncomfortable no matter what might be the key for today.
Is that a normal thing in coaching in Valorant? Because in Call of Duty, you normally see people just try and play their best maps. Are you counter-picking more often in Valorant?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely comes up. These coaches are smart. If you see a weakness from a team, it's very easy to go, okay, especially if you feel like you can play it to a decent degree. Right. You see weakness, you smell blood in the water, you go for it.
Do you remember yesterday with NRG? I wouldn't blame Gentamates for wanting to go to the maps where Ethan is playing Neon. No shade to Ethan. Absolutely, we're not going there. We're not going there
Small
because
amount of shade.
I would no. If I actually wanted to shade him, I would. But that is not the case. But yeah, I can understand where it's like, oh, we see the weakness, something that we can exploit, and it happens quite often. I think that another one of the jewels that we need to highlight when we talk about the history of this game is Derke and RB. Both of these players have been playing for the longest time, but they haven't been playing against each other since 2023 in champs. And you guys remember how 2023 was for EMEA and especially Fnatic.
Yeah, look, we talk about the experience on the side of Vitality. RB is bringing experience in droves to Nongshim. Cast your mind back, he's there on the original Vision Strikers. He's been there since the very start. Oh yeah,
Playing Killjoy, playing Yoru. It really feels like RB has been everywhere.
Here we go. We've got our agent selection in, and I was asking young Sayonara, the 18-year-old stud, what is his favorite? He can play 3 different roles. He said, I love to play the Sova, the Fade. He has more control over the games. Do you expect him to be showcasing that throughout this best of 3?
Well, he's going to have to do it on a Phoenix here today. Much more aggressive from him. To be fair, I like him in this secondary duelist role. I think it lets him really get stuck in the mixer there. On the side of Nongshim, this is what we expect from them. It's classic double duelist. Dambi on his signature Neon, but look out for Exros. He has to go toe-to-toe with Sayonara there.
Seeing there on the jet, it just brings back memory. We were talking also about Ivy when you see him now playing on the Sentinel. A lot of duelism and a lot of brawling, but control is going to come down to him.
Yeah, for me, I want to put a lot of weight on Chronicle's shoulders here. On the Vice, he has everything he needs to slow down that double duelist in the second half. No verticality there for the side of Nongshim, so he has to really lock down those sides.
I hear you're doubting RB on that verticality.
I was going to say on the other side, if you are looking at Nongshim, are we liking this composition? It seems pretty old school familiar with the Neon in the mix, though.
Yeah, look, it's very them. They love to do this. For me, I would rather them embrace their own style, understand what works for them. This is not a team that I want to see get too countered, get too in the weeds about the anti-strats, run what won you a trophy.
Game is ready. Our casters are ready to rock for this first one. We've got the beautiful duo. You know them. You love them. It's Mitch and Tom Biz. Gentlemen, take it away.
Well, it's always wonderful to hear from you, Puckett. It's good to see him over there on the desktop, but even better to see the Vitality fans in the stadium ready to root their team on up against Nongshim. This is far from an easy matchup.
No, for sure. I think you come in with the Nongshim squad basically going back to what won them Santiago. Like, let's go back to our style. Let's put Dambi into that role where he can just show unmeasurable amounts of flair. And then on the other side, it's the opposite. It's Durka going, I didn't like the Neon, but I'm going back to my Jet now that everything is fixed. Who's right? Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. But an aggressive start on contact to the cam. The problem is, it was Sayonara to land that first shot. And the trades just didn't come through for the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, they've lost themselves the opening pick. Vitality now happy to run back, play somewhere else on the map, but Nongshim are coming to meet them. The defense exploring mid, finding a lot of bodies there and a lot of bullets flying back in the other direction. That's going to be a 5v1. Ivy needing the start of dreams to even make a dent here.
Cage triggered.
Yeah, I can't say I'm much of a believer in this one. I like the plan initially, just have the cam for contact, flash off the back of it, and try and find the kill in A main. The problem is, they lost every single fight along the way. You can have the right idea, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to work. Already, you can see that Sayonara's looking for those additional orbs, taking so much space, and also just the position of Profek. It almost seems like he forgot to leave the spawn. He's just watching. I will say, he's not really favored with a classic from this range, but maybe that won't matter too much. He's done damage, he's found info, and ultimately now will just be the cleanup in the end.
Yeah, of course, he was the one that activated the trip on A that kept Ivy over there as the plant was coming down on the other side, so he didn't want to rotate through. Now when there was likely to be a fight, got his scrap in the end, and, well, all things considered, I think Vitality are going to be pretty happy with how this round went. First fight goes their way, they group up on mid, they catch the counter push. From there, only lose the one. Easy as can be.
Good job, boys. Yeah, I mean, I think a very comfortable win. And obviously, we have to look back at what we've seen on this map so far. It was a dominant win for Mates versus Nongshim when they played this map. Really struggled over on the attack side. So I think we're definitely looking to see if maybe the defensive side half will work out better for them. Already, though, looking for an aggressive contact play. Again, it seems like the goal is have these little set pop flashes ready and then fighting off the back of them. It can be difficult at times to get value from the Phoenix on the defense if you don't have these sort of setups. But that's something that I feel like Vitality are going to have to figure out along the way. And already an opening pick in what is a round with very little to play with. We'll see how much damage Nongshim can do.
And also, when you're going into a stack, you're often going to want to have your Phoenix for exactly the reason that Nongshim used him. That counter flash going through the window after Vitality tried to take B main. Now when you push out to a site, you're gonna have to rely on perhaps that Vice flash. Make your way through. They're gonna group up towards the B side. They've avoided the big danger, at least for now, the stack from Nongshim, the numbers from the pistols, where they really become deadly, but they're on the other side of the map. It's gonna have to be Ivy just getting out, playing the retake with the squad. He's on 27 HP with a classic. He's not going to get much done if he stood his ground. So I like the adaptation. Chronicle doesn't do as well as he really needs to there. Luckily, that's just the pistol. But from here on out, there is a big chance for Nongshim to make this at least a costly round.
Yeah, especially when you're looking at 3 rifles. Any of them dropped will mean they're not able to be rebought. This is aggressive from Durka, surprisingly aggressive, but has a teammate covering off the angle. Make sure he can get out scot-free. Of course, they also don't want to get locked in. That's the other thing that must be going through the Vitality players' minds. If we sit back, they're going to use the spike against us. So we need to get aggressive. We need to take this space back away. And they actually do an excellent job. That could have been very, very costly for them. Instead, they kill all 4 remaining players. They lose no more of their own. And all the rifles, as you said, they'll be kept through to the next round.
Yeah, this is it. Like you said, it was an aggressive stance that they were going for, Tom, but it was necessary in that moment because, yeah, if you sit back in a 4v3, sure, they're probably not going to get to the site. They're probably not going to defuse the spike, but what they will do is sit outside and wait for you to come rushing out. And then you're either going down to the spike or you've got a pretty uncomfortable fight.
Elias, please don't.
We'll never know. Please don't what? Elias
Please
is
don't bark.
Something. Oh, I doubt he's asking that. Yeah,
I would have been, if anybody is asking it, it's probably Dirk.
I'm counter requesting. But no, that was
no, that's Pal. Pal's counter. He's going to take a pause and be like, we actually need more of that.
It was a very promising round from Nongshim, though. They're set up to start the round with that flash in main, waiting for contact. As soon as Vitality give it to them, they burst back with a trap of their own. And then at the end, the attempt to play the exits, but as we said, there was potential for it to get costly, but it ends up being a relatively comfortable round for Vitality once those warning signs went out of the way. As Degon would say, a submarine alarm was sounding, but luckily it was quieted just in time.
It's weird, I don't know what a submarine alarm sounds like.
I've never heard it in person, but I've heard an imitation, and it's quite alarming, I will say.
You know what? I agree with that. I can imagine it would be. Nonetheless, 2-0, this is where we expect the response. So far, those contact plays have done a little bit of damage, having the flash ready, but this time it's almost just a double duelist crossfire. Normally, though, when you come into this sort of a bonus round, there's some vulnerabilities for the side that won the first 2 rounds, but for Vitality, that isn't the case. At worst, take flight. They have a Guardian. Okay, they didn't manage to build up any of their ultimates just yet, so that's not going to pad the gap, but you do look at Nongshim and go, okay, this round might be a little bit more difficult than you'd expect.
Well, Vitality retreat from that mid position. I did think this would be an even more difficult round with that split towards the B site, but they're going exploring. And it's dangerous territory, difficult terrain in front of them. Good flash, but X-Ross! He fires back for 2! Vitality, it looked like it avoided the danger. We thought it was Danger Man Danby, but X-Ross crossing off names, and, well, okay, a 4v3 at least. Yumpy does well to pull that back. That pick could open up the site of the plant. Where the spike is on the other side of the map. There's 8 seconds left. 2 players to drop and no time. Certainly no chance left for Vitality.
Guy, it looked like there was an opportunity for recovery, but when there's only 15 seconds left, that kill on the other side of the map was only meant to really be a backstab of rotations. And the other players, after losing that initial fight to X-Ross, just didn't really have an opportunity. This was wonderfully clean. Like, sure, they had an extra stun coming through just moments later, but it really became irrelevant in the end. And you see the reason we talk so much about the double duelist over on that Nongshim side, both of them getting a multi-frag in this round. As said, though, that was the bonus of sorts. And now Vitality are going to come in with another purchase, but a victory here will leave them in a bit more of an awkward scenario.
And Nongshim looking for a mid-fight of their own. Not only the two players pushed down, but one on short as well. Paranoia being primed. They're hoping to spot someone on catwalk. If Vitality step in to fill that space, Nongshim will trigger a trap that's looking very deadly, at least for the moment. There it is, but they're a little further back. Able to hide in the corner. In goes the Hot Hands, forced out into the open. And it will be Francis to claim the double. An immediate retreat called by Nongshim as well. Happy with the early skirmish. They'll get out of there with a man advantage.
I love the way they're playing this. It almost reminds me of like an old school Xerxia, where the whole plan is to just have traps. Like you're just waiting with this sort of setup. And you look at teams that run a double duelist, especially on the defense, you go, how are you going to make this work other than just buy an op and hope you can hit a shot? But every single time, even in the rounds they've lost, they've had some sort of setup to give them an advantage.
30 seconds left.
Again, the time now ticking for Vitality. 25 seconds to try and make a move in. Paranoia won't catch anything. Ivy is ready and waiting for the move to be made. That time ticking further down and no trade to be had. It leaves just Prophet remaining and a stellar hold, a stellar setup. A great round overall from Nongshim.
Yeah, the plan didn't even work as intended, right? With the Paranoia going, nobody pushed up deep on Cat. Vitality in a decent position to be able to tuck in down below. But the Hot Hands changes things. Francis is there firing from the side. But it's not just one player. It is the entire setup there. It's the fact that Dambi's on short, the fact that you've got Francis and X-Ross pushed all the way down mid. They've got that utility ready to fire out on the back of it. And how quickly Nongshim decided to just turn tail, get out of there, cash in the advantages that they've claimed. The same setup that we've seen before from Nongshim, this flash primed and ready. This time Vitality seemed like they knew it was coming. Still, they'll lose one to it. And the ult popped up by X-Ross, locks in the advantage. Francis as well, not expected to be filling in this space. Even when Vitality expect aggression, they don't expect this much aggression.
Especially going up against a low buy round, you might think you'd have a little bit more space, maybe a chance to grab an orb and make this round a bit more interesting, but Yuppie's at least done well. Francis just hitting heads though. The individual capabilities of this Nongshim roster on show, and there's no real chance for Prophet to come out of this round. 3-2. It was a pistol and follow-up for Vitality, but other than that, it has been all Nongshim on this defensive side. And I said, like when they played against mates, it was a 3-9 attack that they didn't really get to come back from after they lost the pistol round. But it definitely seems like they have some solid ideas on this defense.
Well, so far it's been nothing but ideas, nothing but setups, nothing but traps that Vitality have to walk into.
Good time for
every
pause.
step of the way. The pause here. Interested to see who called that one.
Well, I'm guessing Vitality.
I think normally our camera angle settles. That was the thing last year. Settles on the team that called the pause, and right there it was Nongshim. I would be very surprised if they were the ones to take it. Quite possibly. I have no other way to tell, Tom. So that's what I'm going with for now, unless someone wants to let me know.
Yeah, I think that obviously in this case, especially the way the last few rounds have gone, it would make sense for Vitality to take a moment, listening to the coaching staff. I think even the fact that they've been playing these sort of more slow, defaulty rounds, and it's kind of played into the hands of their opponents, allowing them to have these sort of setups. And while for Nongshim, now looking at an opportunity, but Vitality come into this one with pretty much everything they need. They're one off having all 5 ultimates online. I wouldn't be surprised to see Sayonara try and use that run it back earlier in the round, but the defenders are not just going to sit pretty. They've got an aggressive attempt of their own.
It's a bloodbath outside B, primed and ready for it. Dambi stuck in the corner as the Hunter's Fury rings out and some damage off of it. Chronicle ends up falling as a result, but Vitality, they've weathered that storm excellently. Still 3 players left alive, the spike under their control, and Nongshim with no idea where the hit will come in. That looked like it was going to be a lot more dangerous. In the end, it's set up for a slower round for this defense. They have no info to fill in, and they decide to just stand here in this high-low setup. It's beautiful work for Nongshim.
Down mid.
Vitality probably assumed there that they would have put the majority of their force towards A site. Not necessarily the A site, but one of them. And instead, just standing in mid, standing on business. The spike has been found. Yumpy's alone in the round. Pretty much a sealed deal at this point. A big clutch needed from the IGL of Vitality.
God, they're just all sat in a crossfire around
30
that spike
seconds
as well. There's too many angles left for him to clear. We need one of them instantly. Okay, there's the first. Second with an opportunity as well. And now running for the hills is Francis. The fact is there is still time. He can cross towards that A site. It's going to be a running race, and it's one that Yumpy will be able to win, especially with the door closed. It's going to take a moment for Francis to break, and that should give him time to plant, maybe pull the gun up, but not quite enough. Francis just hot enough on his heels. A nice attempt from Yumpy, but the attempt doesn't garner around.
The full sprint from Francis. Lucky he went back to check market. He saw Yumpy crossing. Although here, he kind of hung his teammate out to dry. He's running away during this fight, by the way. They're having a three-man standoff, and he just legged it to market from having been right around that corner. I bet Ivy had some words to say to him there, but he probably has to bite his tongue because he won the clutch.
A little bit close for comfort. But ultimately, again, it's the early round aggression. And I'm looking at this defensive side, and it doesn't look like they're going to shy away from this at all.
Scanning ahead.
3 players in mid, 1 player on shore. The B site currently completely open, only a singular trip in play. And the fact is, the goal of Vitality is to try and contact in and take their weapons away. They're going to take nobody's weapons away because there's nobody there. In fact, they've done a full execute with double ultimates, and because their opponents have completely abandoned the site, I was going to say they got nothing, but Durka gets a spam kill.
Ivy's probably muttering under his breath. That's what you deserve. That's what you get for last round. Well, the hero of the previous has been deleted and dealt with right off rip. Nongshim, a man down on the way through. RB already tagged heavily, sporting some serious scars from that initial fight, and Dambi tries his best to get them into the site, get them some control in main, but with him falling, Nongshim have given up. It's time to fall back and give that third round to Vitality. Yeah, those double ults committed for the site for nothing, but that shot through the smoke changed the game.
Yeah, realistically, it probably would have been the exact same result if there was somebody on the site. Like, you're probably getting a kill, or there's going to be a player with no gun. So I don't think Nongshim could... It must be annoying from them, but for Vitality, it is probably exactly where they expect it to be, with some form of advantage. Even still, though, that opener definitely helped them out. With a little bit of luck going a long way. And for Nongshim now, looking to try and find a response. Of course, those ultimates have now faded from Vitality's side. They are also in a similar boat, though. It's only the Blade Storm for Durka that really holds too much of a threat. But will this be where Nongshim quell their aggression a little bit? Because that might change how things go for Vitality. When they've had to hit into the sites quite late, it's definitely been a bit more problematic.
Right here on the attack, chipping away bit by bit. It's often what we want to see, that long road to the defensive side, and for Vitality, yeah, it came with the very, very hefty price tag in that previous round, although the ults might not have directly found the round. They had to commit them to get into a site. They felt like they did. Now we move back towards a more grounded round. They move to this B site, looking for the fight, almost punishing that main aggression, but Nongshim, they've got the information, and they've been able to dip out. That trap could be a real problem here for Durka if he decides to go for that updraft dash out, but it looks like re-aggression is the name of the game for Nongshim, and they found one.
Yeah, and they've done so much damage as well. They'd hit Chronicle earlier, but I think Yumpy gets connected on by the spams, and Francis is going back for more. What? He just has no fear. Around the wall he goes, and see you later, Chronicle. You might be a player with 3 trophies to your belt, but Francis doesn't give a damn. And that leaves just 2 remaining once again. 20 seconds. They've had to deal with so much of this aggression. They're getting out of this seems impossible. There's even a paranoia left at 13 seconds on the clock. There is nothing that Vitality can do about this one. And it seems like their pause may have caused a flash in the pan, but we are right back to winning ways for Nongshim.
Yeah, even saving seems to be something that they'll be denied, at least for the first. Yumpy able to tuck in and carry that weapon forward, but that is a big blow for Vitality and the ever-winding road to the defensive side, now looking perilous as Nongshim have responses after responses. Their traps have been good. This one, though, was ridiculous. The reveal and a cloud burst, the re-aggression from Francis, the walk through the wall to shut down Kron. This has been about as clean of a start to the defense as you want. And even though it's 5-3, it feels like Nongshim have a chance to lock away a lot more rounds than this if they keep up this kind of pace.
Well, it's worth mentioning as well that when they were swapping things up and not having Danby on the Neon, the guy they had on the Neon was Francis. He was the guy that played these more aggressive roles, and you can kind of see why. He's still doing it on Sova. Bro, just swinging into Chronicle like it's absolutely nothing. Well, now, right back into a more standard execute. Durka trying to lead the way, but it's an immediate shutdown. Good trade from Sayonara, but again, it seems like the defenders have come out on top. Danby even going back through the smoke alone. And he's wiped out too as he does it. It leaves Chronicle. He has a 1v1 on the site. The door has actually been closed behind Ivy, leaving him completely isolated, but now he's bought time for his teammates to rotate in. Nice shot from Chronicle on the first, but Francis not giving him anything. Danby's flank. It's just time being bought. That's all France is doing. He's just baiting. He's just baiting for the freest kill of Danby's career, and eventually, even on 5 HP, he'll be there to close out the round. An absolute menace going back and forth through that smoke.
Yeah, Danby started to feel it in the middle of that round. You could see it. The fact that he hits the stun, and I think when he throws that stun, he knows that probably hasn't hit. He knows that player is probably more than capable of taking the fight. I just don't think he cares. And that's the scary thing for Nongshim. The traps have been working. They allowed Vitality one since that second round and immediately fought back into it. And that was a round that Vitality dumped all of their ultimates into. And other than that, Nongshim now hitting a point where Francis in the round before, that one there for Danby, it looks like they're having fun.
Oh, they're disrespecting them completely. They're just like, okay, if we can get away with anything until you shut us down, we're just going to continue to do it. In goes Durka, out goes Durka. Danby's just pushed through a smoke and headshot him with the sniper. And well, that was kind of the main crux of the round. And that's been one of the major problems so far for Vitality is you have this Jet Phoenix on attack. The Phoenix has gone missing. And the Jet hasn't been getting the openers. And of course, just again, through the smoke goes Francis. He really does have zero fear. He's doing the same thing he did in prior rounds. They're even waiting for him at this point, but it's meaningless. 7-3. The Korean powerhouse are looking right back in their Santiago form.
No, they really are. They came into this event. I guess they don't want to see NRG outlive them, one of the teams that they cut through on that Santiago run in playoffs. All of the other squads, well, they were here. You had Mates, you had G2, you had PaperX. None of them still sticking around for Nongshim. That's telling them we've got a chance to actually take this trophy. And we might even end up facing NRG for it, which will be just fine for them. A record that they're happy to repeat. For Vitality, on the other hand, the trophy's got to be out of their mind at this point. It looks like they're not even competing.
Well, that is the fun thing with Lev not making it to this event through the qualifier. And you go on recency bias, and you should be looking at a team like Nongshim. The fact is, they just had such a poor stage one regionally that you kind of count them out already. But it's almost like they were baiting us. They go, okay, we're going to swap back to, the stuff we were doing back when we won the tournament, and everything just clicks again. Everything starts to look much better. And well, this is already the second tactical pause taken by Vitality in a singular half. Now, don't get me wrong. We saw this when they played versus NRG. The defensive side was by far the better. They struggled to get those attack side rounds. but I do feel like an 8-4 and a 9-3 are fairly different scenarios. And with how things have been going so far, other than a round where they walk into a site that was empty, use 2 ults and headshot someone through a smoke, I don't think any of these rounds have been close.
Yeah, it did start off clean for Vitality in those first 2, but the pistol and follow-up, that's not really the meat and potatoes of the game. For Nongshim, 7 rounds. The Hunter's Fury from Francis. He's found the tag to start with. The third pulse going through as Sayonara hunts them down, but the run it back finds nothing. A little bit of space, but a smoke pops up, and that space is all gone. In fact, Dambi is using it to walk through, and he'll get Yumpy! Dambi is playing one hell of a game. He stunned himself.
He got out.
And he still gets out, well, most of the way.
Oh, well, he got out onto the site, but Durka was there to recover. It seems like Vitality are now just going to try and execute off of this. RB still here. Francis, of course. Where else would he be? Directly into the action. This is such an obscure angle. There's no way they're ready for this, but they are able to trade. Perfect with an impactful double. Finally, some life being seen in Vitality, but they haven't won the round just yet. Ivy is hot on their heels.
It took Dambi stunning himself to give them a chance for Vitality. This can't be one that they let slip, and a double swing locks it in. 4 rounds guaranteed at the half at least. With a pistol round under their belt, you thought it would be a little earlier that we saw that on the board, but
yeah,
it comes in the nick of time again though.
Look at the HP at the end.
A close round, narrowly surviving for these players, and like I said, this comes off the back of Dambi stunning himself. If he doesn't, I don't think they win this round.
Well, that's the 4th round. As said, I think a 7-5 for Vitality, it's not too bad. I think they'll be quite happy going into the defensive half. It's the manner in which we've got here. Nongshim have been in the driver's seat all the way through their defense. And that little bit of additional confidence might completely turn how their attack side goes. Like, they've still got the pieces for a good attack side. It was just that in recent form, that's where they've struggled. But it seems like they're not struggling with a lot so far in this map. Dambi for the first time bringing out the operator, a completely different look to what we've seen through this game so far. And no doubt we're seeing the drone used in early positioning. It almost has to be with how aggressive their opponents have been.
They will at least clear that position, but not for long. One smoke goes up, and all of a sudden you think Dambi's gone into wine. Instead, he is looking for a pick in mid, finding it as well. Out for more, and it's a bit too much. Ooh, that had been spotted, but RB won the fight. I'm not even sure from where he was. He could have seen Profek before that. Got the jump on him. Despite the info being known of Vitality, 1 man down and Chronicle less than half. It's looking like an 8-4 half.
And of course, the defensive side haven't stopped pushing. At this point, then you have to know that they could be anywhere, everywhere, all at once. And there we go, easy kill for RB. And this is the thing, you don't know what ground you've gained, you don't know what you've lost, because they have no respect for the positioning that you could have taken. Sayonara at least will be able to get one, but immediately RB is on that flank. He thought about TPing into the site. That would have been manic. Instead, though, his teammates are cleaning up the mess, leaving Yumpy again alone in a clutch. He came close earlier in the game. This time, the spike is ticking in his favor, but he's being slowly surrounded, slowly crunched in on, and needs to find a pick quickly, and he will not be able to. It's RB, the old boy on the Nongshim force, that have been able to take things home. 8-4, a very good defensive half.
Well, considering they lost the pistol, yeah, this could easily be double digits on the board for Nongshim. And the way that the rifle rounds went,
it could be 12-0.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it could be so much more. This, honestly, Vitality feel lucky to get out of there with 4 rounds, and this isn't the face that I expected to see from this team here today. Again, we talked about this squad. When it comes to international experience, they've got some under their belt now. But they won't have played in front of a crowd like this, a crowd that's rooting for them and them alone. They heard their opponents mount the stage earlier on to a sea of boos. I think their opponents, the decibel level was louder, but there wasn't nobody cheering for them. And yet now they find themselves trailing. That's where you got to dig deep. Perhaps that crowd energy can help out. Speaking of which, let's send this one over to a good friend of mine That's right, it's Ian Chambers.
Thanks, Mitch. That guy absolutely loves doing an impression of my accent, so thank you. Keep doing it, Mitch. I love it. I'm standing by with a Vitality fan here. What I love about the Esports World Cup, I talk about it all the time. Fans travel from all over the world to witness a little piece of esports history. What's your name and where are you from?
My name's Sam. I come from Hong Kong.
Hong Kong. So you've come a long way to come and see this. How big of a fan of Valorant are you?
I think here is a great place for esport, and it's great for Valorant. I think here is I can enjoy very enjoy it.
Yeah. So you're wearing a Vitality shirt. That did not start too well. How are you feeling about your chances in this matchup?
I trust Chronicle, I trust Sayonara is the best of the player in the world, I think. So they can win this game.
That's good to hear. I'm sure that they'll be loving to hear that support. When you arrived here, what was your impression? What did you think of the size of the Esports World Cup, the stage here? What do you make of it all?
I think the stage is great, and we have a lot of players loving Valorant, so I like here very much.
Were you here yesterday in the arena?
No, I'm come from 6th of junior.
Okay, amazing. You think your boys can bring it back?
Yes.
All right, Sam, take a seat. Lovely to meet you. Enjoy the Esports World Cup. Let's get back into the game.
Thank you, Ian Chambers. Now, as we get back into the game, Tom, this is where things start to heat up. For Vitality, they've looked a little bit cold, but now this is their map pick. This is the defensive side that we have so much hope for. And if things don't get off to a good start, even a pistol, I'm going to get worried.
Yeah, I think the fact that both Durka and Sayonara have been having a rough game, especially Sayonara in their last game, ended up with 30 kills for them to come back versus NRG. I think they might need that once again. Nonetheless, it's a good start. Chronicle with the opener. Durka definitely not shying. Well, actually, I was going to say Durka. Yeah, there's a few players not shying away from a fight. There's more defenders in middle than there are attackers. And that's something that gives an opportunity for a fight, but every fight is going just one direction. Maybe the game's not been going great for Vitality, but the Pistols certainly have.
Yeah, it's definitely where they're doing their best work so far. And it was the same starting out the last half. Don't forget, the pistol was dominant. It looked like Vitality came to play, and Nongshim were getting left behind. But things took a turn after round number 2. For Vitality, this represents the way back in. The winding road grows a little less steep if they can connect this next one, especially.
That's what I'm talking about!
And you always know that no matter how far behind you are, man like Yumpy's always going to be getting loud. A round's a round to that guy. Doesn't matter the score.
Okay, interesting. Danby's gone in with the Stinger and Light Shields. Now, I've seen hero buys before, but this is a unique one, and there it goes. Very quickly. Turns out, Light Shields don't save you from an Outlaw. So, unfortunately, that investment will go amiss, and I'm going to be intrigued to see what he now goes into the next round with, because he doesn't have the credits for it. Sayonara even managing to pick off another, and now for RB. Wow. If anything, he just wants to go the other way to make sure the orb he will give up doesn't go to that Phoenix.
Well, an orb being claimed inside main. RB's got a target. And a close range fight as well. Not a bad pickup onto Chronicle. The plant can now be found. A little bit of extra credits, but more particularly, there is now a growing chance. RB's been good so far. I mean, he would have to exceed greatness to even come close, but...
It's got Guardian.
That recovered weapon. Well, never mind.
Maybe we should just stop talking about the guns that they have. It seems to be the second you mention a weapon, that's where Durka just immediately eliminates them, so... There you go. Could have been a lot worse.
Maybe I'll keep going. Pal has my PayPal.
Ah, okay. I've actually heard he owns that company.
He does.
You need to pay
It's
PAL.
a request, yeah. Pay PAL. Well, very important early rounds for Vitality. Connected. The job has been done, but now the difficult task remains. Nongshim come in with a full buy. And thinking about how aggressive Francis and Danby were in that first half, how successful they were with it. Now that they're on the attack, I'm even more scared of what they could put out. Vitality seem to want to scrap towards B main. It's just going to be utility off. No, yeah, Chronicle's thinking about it. They've seen presence now. They won't push in.
He's only got a stinger. I feel like his utility holds a little bit more value than the gun he has, but it also does mean he needs to get aggressive. And you can see how fast they're expecting their opponents to be. Speaking of fast, one from below, one from above. Ivy's reactions are in another league to anyone else. Waits for the aggression, but this time he's punished by Profek. Chronicle is going to hear the steps running through. Space taken by Danby, a good opportunity. Nice shot connected by Profek, but he can't do too much more. He's left a couple very low, but even still, an inherent advantage now picked up by Nongshim. And yeah, it's safe to say they know exactly where their opponents are.
You know, an attempt to spam back, I think that's about all we can amount it to. Oh, Yampi. Decent chance to pick off a couple of players here. One shot on any of three. Anyone but Francis, but no shots landing for Vitality. That is a big round for Nongshim. As, again, we talk about the pistol. It's a coin flip at best at times. If you lose the second round, we've got bigger problems, although we've seen that here, especially in the first couple of days. But this is Nongshim's chance to keep running away with it. They know that the momentum and the ball is still very much in their court. And the most concerning thing, as I said, is thinking about Danby, how confident he was towards the end, especially of that first half. Now on the attack, he's having a round like that. It's definitely alarm bells for Vitality, but this is a big buy for the defensive side.
Yeah, Operator in for Durka. Sayonara, one away from having his ultimate, although saying that, Exos just got his online. Looks to set them up nicely. Now they need to clear Ivy, because although he didn't have the greatest of first halves, that last round was disgusting. Able to quell the aggression of Vitality.
Spike drop.
Completely solo. But for now at least, a little bit more tempered by Nongshim. It does really seem like they're building up into that Phoenix ult B-site press.
Well, this is what Vitality tried to do. Their big full buy rounds where they dumped their ults. There was no one home. This time it's a different story, but the Thorns waiting, the op firing to slow the push. They pump the brakes, the spike still, it's in the hands of RB. They are going to the B site, but they're in danger. That spike's being dropped towards the stairs, a double invade from Vitality. Wasn't even needed as Chronicle picks up scalp after scalp.
30 seconds left.
Ross and Francis, a lot of work to do, and it's left to just one. As good as he's been, there's no way back into this round.
Really solid defensive hold from Chronicle there. That was one where as well, it seemed like not only did they get so tunnel visioned in on the Nongshim side, I think either 2 or 3 players got pinged twice by the reveal, which is madness that nobody shot that when it was fired over the top. So that gave all information over to the opponents, but also then when you send through the Phoenix ult, it just activate the wall. Nobody else was through on the other side, so they got staggered.
Nice,
it meant the rotation could come in. Became quite easy for Dirk to make sure that ult didn't go anywhere. And well, with quite a lot thrown into this round, Vitality came out smelling of roses.
Well, that's it. They were very much on standby for this exact play. They had 2 players in the spawn. One sat on site with turtled utility in the form of Chronicle. The second, the spike, makes it over to the stairs, and the rest of the squad is staggered behind because of the wall. Because I don't think it was just the Phoenix ult, right? RB went through as well with the spike. So
I think maybe, yeah.
It's like you're
TP'd through.
So now the ult fades. You've got one dude in the middle of the open with the spike on his own. And as soon as that falls on stairs, as soon as he walked towards stairs, it's like, this is over. Because Vitality had the rotates in time. They had boots on the ground, right position. And already, you can see the timeout was called immediately. The second that one slipped, because there were a lot of mistakes there. The initial execute, the reveal not being shot, the spike being deep on its own, isolated. That can't happen.
I think it's also the context of the last 2 times they played this map. Because it feels like a bit of an early pause, but when you go 3-9, 3-9 on attack sides in back-to-back games, I think the coaching staff very quickly realized that if we're going to get ahead of this, we need to do it early. We don't want to allow this map to slip away after having such a solid half. Dear Lord. Wow, Exros has got a little bit unlucky with that one. A wallbang that has ripped his head off in the first seconds of the round. Well, losing your Phoenix like that, not going to help out the problems.
No, I mean, that's not that bold of a statement, I think. Fantastic work by Vitality early. They found 2 spams, 1 for a kill, 1 for damage, but Dambi quick to try and recover. They're taking out the Vice utility, but still on site. Yumpy remains 53 HP, and they know that he's here, but not exactly where. The snake in the grass strikes for at least 1. Can he get another bite into a pound of flesh? He will! RB's caught on the retreat. Yumpy dancing with death, but every step is perfectly placed. Francis, the last man standing, 4 to take down. Yumpy's there from the beginning until the very end for Vitality. They are 1 behind.
That was just good positioning from him throughout the round. Takes a lot of early spam damage, but then there's a lot of spam damage done back in response. The remaining 3 players end up low, but it's more so the molly utilized by Sayonara to give him the freebie. The second he clears RB, the other 2 players are back towards the site, and he's able to isolate some more favorable duels. At that point, if RB turns around, he's trapped on the stairs and there's nowhere to go. So that molly helps him out this one immeasurably, because it gives him a place to hold onto that ground. And then, hey, even cleaning things up towards the end.
Yeah, I saw.
We spoke about how this defense from Vitality has been stellar, and the opposite for the opposing side in the attack, but after what we saw in the first half, I was sort of fully on the cards that, okay, this is going to be Nongshim almost running away with this game, but they've stumbled early in this one, and it seems like the momentum now is firmly with Vitality once again.
I've heard this is now Nongshim with another timeout. That's concerning.
That's surprising.
That's back-to-back, no? Is there 2 rounds?
Yeah,
that's back-to-back rounds. As a player, that's one of the worst things that you can hear. You know that there's mistakes being made. You see it. You just lost 2 rounds, and the first one started with a revealed double ping and 3 players. This one, it really feels like the teacher's taking you down to the principal's office at this point. Like, it's time to behave. But for Nongshim,
but they're still in the lead.
A lead that was, yeah, but that's the thing. Even though you've got that lead, with the context of their previous attack sides and double pauses like that, I think the morale is going to need picking up now. Like, that is going to do a number on your mental.
I guess. But it also then, I don't know, maybe I would have waited another one to see how the eco goes, but I guess it must have been a scenario that was worrying enough.
Something's wrong, man. They must have called something in the timeout, and they're not hearing the lessons being applied. They're hearing the same communication issues or whatever it is, the same reactions. Maybe it was RB going towards the smoke there, being caught out by the molly. This attempt to get ahead of Vitality to catch them off guard, even though they've been ahead of the rotates. Whatever it is, it's not a good feeling to have those pauses called back-to-back. You don't... on one side of the stage, for Vitality, they're sat there going, we're not even in the lead and they're panicking. Let's go. This is our game now.
Oh, back to the B site. Eventually, there is going to be the spot, but the fact is there hasn't been any need to move this Vice wall just yet, because it has had value every single round. The TP, I think, has been heard, and then the spike's been dropped on the other side of the wall. RB is the only man standing anywhere near and just stopped going towards Chronicle site. I think that might be the answer. Every time that Vice wall has been there, they haven't even got close.
Yeah, the Vice wall in the way, and Dambi's wall very short. It was
hey, that's average size.
The fast line did not cover very much distance.
That wall
there.
looks massive to me.
Fast lane. Yeah, no, it was huge. Huge. He got off to a flying start. He speeded down the fast lane and then hit the end of it immediately.
You know, I would say that's at least, what, like 5'7"? A little bit.
Get a little bit more, maybe? 5 or...
That's your height, right?
Wow. See, I actually thought you were making a 6-7 joke. I thought that's
No,
what that
no,
was.
no.
5-7 or maybe a little more. That's I not.
No, no.
I didn't think you were
I was
referencing the fact that I'm 5'7" and 3/4. 3/4 is important. That does put it above average.
Okay.
3/4, which is an important thing. Anyways, what is important is speaking about being slightly above the average. The average rounds here 9. Each team. I've added them up divided by 2. I did that quickly as well, Tom.
He's never been rage bait, by the way. Just
now this is I chose to go. All right, listen. So double digits is what they're looking for here for Vitality. Defensive side starts out slowly. They're such. And for Nongshim on the attack, it's slow as well. They're looking for a little bit of mid control, looking for a fight. Understandable. They were picked off by shots through walls and spams in the previous round. It was just a low buy, but you don't want this one to slip away in the same fashion. Vitality. Shadows traveling. Not going for any aggression. You know, it's almost like Nongshim are countering themselves. Let's wait for them to push, boys. What, they're not pushing?
they've got a passive operator
30 seconds
in play
left.
as well. Dirk has sat back. Danby looking to take the space. That does mean that re-aggression comes in. There's Durka again with that operator. He's able to just deal death from above. Still yet to be taken out, but at least one comes through. Durka with another shot already. His third kill of the round, and he's diving in for more. Durka's taken over this one. You go one side, you meet Chronicle, you go to the other side, you meet Durka, and while Perfect has to close the round, but it felt like that could have easily been an ace for Durka. What a round from him.
Oh, him getting the ace only came down to if they wanted to risk him having it. I think I might have just seen him at the end there saying, give it to me. He wanted the ace, but the round comes above all. Double digits now for Vitality, a team that outside of the pistol and follow-up for the majority of the first half looked deactivated and looked like they had disappeared. Yet now rematerializing right at the finish line, right when their opponents were there. No timeouts anymore for Nongshim.
Yeah.
They have to keep rolling with the punches, but every blow is landing for Vitality.
Right here. Well, yeah, all the players that were missing have now woken up. I think Durka was 7 and 9 in the first half, and he was just diving in head first to get shot, so you kind of understand it. But now, given that operator, he truly is a different beast on this defensive side. Already lead extended. And while you thought that you could dodge Chronicle by going away from that B side, well, now they have swapped the setup. I think realizing that there has been no success towards B, they're going to try to go back to A once again. Already getting completely denied.
Even as the comeback was underway, the crowd was quiet, but I've heard the chants begin. They're starting to believe. They waited for the lead to be taken.
It's an opportunity.
Nongshim losing Francis, losing Ivy. This was the thing. Vitality knew where these players were. You could see it from the get-go. Kron here to finish the deal. Okay, never mind. And instead it's going to be Dirk. Instead it's going to be Sayonara to close it out for Vitality. 11-9 now. The lead stolen from their opponents. 8-4 at the half. Now it's a commanding lead for Vitality. And with the wind in their sails, there's not much more distance to go.
Wow, completely blinded. He still manages to get the kill, and I think then even not knowing that Durka was in that. Couple of consolation frags for RB, but this has been a game of two halves, and somehow Vitality are looking like they might be even more dominant than their opponents were. It's right back to basics. Faster take towards this ace. Although saying that, 2 players are in, the rest of them are a little bit further behind. They're looking to try and take the weaponry away, and they're just losing fights. This is so disjointed. Finally, though, RB has just managed to strike back with 2. It looked like this was going to be a mess, but he might have just saved them.
Still a Hunter's Fury online for Vitality, but might not get a chance to use it. Nongshim sending numbers in the other direction. They think that the full rotates come in. The spike is going solo towards B-Main. I have to hope that they are going to delay this a little bit. I have to hope that they don't think that this side is wide open. There's no drone. There's no reveal there for Francis. He's slowing his roll a little bit. He's clearing main. He's being cautious, but they've lost a lot of space. 2 players sat inside A main. Spike outside B, 1 in mid. This is a crazy round from Nongshim. I don't mean crazy in a good way, but it's certainly something that Vitality is finding it hard to predict.
It looked like they were going to late hit towards the A site, but I think they've ended up working out because of the aggression of the defense.
30
the two players
left.
caught by RB, and then the third
planted.
after they go looking. And he might just close it. No, never mind. Chronicle's at least been able to pick him off. Now, that Hunter's Fury is still available, but it's finding a position that would bring them value. Maybe as a disruption, or maybe it just won't be utilized at all. Two players underneath that balcony. Knows there's at least one down there. Chronicle's going to have to be the danger man, though. X-Ross already shooting back at him. Will be able to help his teammate out, and now it's left down to one. Nongshim have their response. There's definitely a bit of a fisticuffs, brawly style round. But it's a round, and that's all that will matter to them.
Yeah, at this stage, a slip up would probably mean letting the map go if Nongshim weren't able to take this one across the line. They do remarkably well, and I think from Vitality's perspective, they still have a timeout if I'm not mistaken.
I think so, yeah.
But using it would give Nongshim the opportunity to reassess. They'll approach this, just sending the op out for the pick. But the thing is, as time ticks away, Nongshim closing the distance on short. There is now some danger there for Durka. They should be ready for it, and indeed, baiting out the first shot, they'll send him back.
Francis got hit on that. Already a little bit of additional damage. Drone looking to just re-clear any of the ground that they lost, and Prophet has spotted out a player towards long. It might sell a bit of a ruse that they're still going in this direction. Instead, Hunter's Fury, and that was the already tagged up Francis. That's going to be one gone. Timing actually works out for X-Ross, though. He's able to clear the line, but then Yuppie just swings in and pops two heads in an instant. I don't even think he should have expected anyone to be there. Okay. A little bit thicker than expected, maybe, for Chronicle.
No, that was all part of the plan. He's rubbing
show
it
the junk in the trunk.
Exactly.
To bait the opponents.
Blind them with the full moon. It's a brave strategy.
New ability?
30 seconds left.
Radianite malfunction. Well, it looks like 12 on the board for Vitality. 20 seconds, Spike miles away. An ult for RB, and he's moving towards the site. I mean, I think they might get a plan out of this.
I don't even...
Clearing it, he might try it. 10 seconds, he'd have to go now.
Left.
Okay, that's one at least. That's the thing, the rest of the players look like they were just going to be holding for the retake. Because that spike was dropped by the Hunter's Fury. I don't even think that they know that they don't have it at this point.
He's probably kicking himself now, clearing that back boathouse with 5 seconds going, I could have just planted, what are they doing?
Yeah, but I like it from the Vitality side, because they just went, they probably assumed they did have the spike.
Yeah.
So they don't expect him to TP.
They assumed he either has it or he's going to use his ult to take it, so.
And then rather than leaving Chronicle half HP alone on the site, they're gonna just retake it as a team. And when you have that much of an advantage, playing it safe makes a lot of sense. And why it does seem like that one chaotic round with RB able to be in the center of a victory might be one of the only rounds they end up with, unless Nongshim can get their first streak of rounds. And while you can see what Profek's doing, he had himself a rifle. Now he's going to hide with a judge in the smoke. The entirety of the opposition waiting on the other side.
Well, there's some tickle damage from Profek, letting his presence be known. Picks up the rifle. Shot landed by Durka, clean onto RB. Paranoia couldn't be better from Profek. And they've seen Danby in the corner, left him on a sliver of health. Now it's only Ivy. 50 up against 5. And a flash coming his way. He's got to run. Dodge it to start with. A kill found, but a formality surely. He has a minute to take down the entirety of Vitality as the home crowd roars. 50 seconds. And then I bet the rest of the squad's already wondering what comp they're running on Split.
Yeah, there's absolutely no hope in this round. The spike's still dropped on the other side. It would have to be an error of cataclysmic
30 seconds left.
proportions, although Yumpy's given him 25 seconds. They all know exactly where he is. He now knows exactly where they are, but I think he could have had an educated guess of that anyway, and Durka homed in on the angle. Okay, got a little bit bit spicy for a second, but in the end, Vitality will get the job done. From a first half that looked like a pretty worrying deficit, their defense was almost flawless. But for a round for RB, of course it is the map choice of Vitality, but now they'll look to head in towards Split and see if they can take this in a 2-0 fashion.
It is a map that Vitality chose, but for Nongshim, it's gotta hurt. Feeling like they had it within their grasp, and yet a magic trick pulled. They opened their palm to find it bare, stepping in to the rest of this series without a map. A reverse sweep needed for Nongshim. Vitality have stepped up in a big way, feeding off that energy from the crowd. And now, one of the next two will be enough to send Nongshim home. With how this started, that's a damn sight better than what it looked like this day would end as. For now though, folks, that is all the time we've got on the caster desk. Let's send this over to my pal, Puckett.
Into the breakdown here, we welcome in Athena at big time to the studio. And Athena, I want to start with you. 8-4, Nongshim on defense is making a statement. They silenced this crowd out of the gates. How did they get the early lead?
It's crazy because they looked so good on that defensive side. They were really proactive, making sure they're going for a lot of these fights and setting themselves up for success. I think, Morgan, you talked a little bit about something in the green room, something about trap.
Yeah, I feel like the defensive game plan here from Nongshim was rock solid. We've got some replays we can take a look through in just a little bit, but it reminded me a lot of what Leviathan were doing over in London. I think they had a great blueprint, great game plan. Then you get onto that second half and they just can't attack. Durka gets the up rolling. Chronicles there with device util in the perfect places, and Nongshim just begin to struggle. They rely so much on pace, and when they get stopped, that mid-rounding just doesn't seem to be there.
I gotta say, Francis may be my favorite player on that stage. Always poking out on the defense. Didn't work so well on the attack, but let's take a look at where it was working on the defense. Nongshim had a plan. It is to lay the traps, and it was working perfectly. Walk me through some great examples.
Yeah, this was a really nice mid trap here. You can see that setup doubled up towards mid. They knew that Vitality were walking up. That flash and the paranoia combo trapping them in that corner. They also threw that molly for them.
Yeah, I love this because I feel like they fight Vitality ahead of the game. They don't let Vitality attack into them. They take the game upon themselves. I feel like they did an amazing job of this throughout the defender half. This is another fantastic example of a little B main refight with that recon double swing. It's so perfect because it just disrupts the tempo. It stops Vitality from getting their own double duelist rolling. So I was very impressed there. I was feeling very happy. I was feeling very optimistic.
Very happy.
And then the side swap happened, and now I'm angry. Now I'm sat here annoyed.
Let's talk a little bit about where Vitality flipped the script. Was it purely Durka? Was it a team effort? What did you see? Because the attack was a total different story. 9-2 in the second half, Athena.
I think it was definitely a team effort, but Durka was one of the main reasons because once he picked that operator, it was almost over. They were so proactive. When you look even on their pistol side, they just pushed all the way down mid with Sheriffs, and it actually worked out in their favor. But then overall, just pushing, being aggressive on their attack side, it's been really good, but they just moved on to that defense and had so much more map control. And this hold here, Durka with the 3K, just shutting down so much of these entries. It seemed like Nongshim didn't have a choice.
He's a fantastic player with the operator. We all know it, but I also think he gets so much impact even when he isn't the one landing these kills. Think about the amount of times he's getting aggressive in the mains, and he just baits out a lot of the utility that Nongshim have. Running double duelist, you're not drowning in util. You need every single piece of it. So he's having huge impact, even if it's not him getting the kills. So very, very impressed by him. Credit to the coaching staff as well. This defender side game plan to disrupt and destroy a double duelist was rock solid.
For those who are tuning into EWC and Valorant for the first time, who is Durka and how deep is this man into his career, Athena?
Oh my God, he is the GOAT. I think he's won what is it? He's won a Masters before. Him and Chronicle, oh my God, I can't speak. With Fnatic, they've won before as well. And they've just been phenomenal. Durka, though, he's been such a good player. Getting into that duelist role, he's been super aggressive for his team. He's been playing for at least 5 years at this point, I'm gonna say. Like beginning of Valorant type beat. And he's just been so good and had such a full career.
Well, the real question I have for both of you is why did you predict Durka to lose? If we take a look at your EWC play predictions, I have the tablet here. I've got all of the statistics, and you guys are 0 for 2 after yesterday.
There is no way.
0 for 1 in maps to start the day.
This is gaslight. Wait, did Degon select Nongshim 2-0?
He selected, let's scroll down.
No, we
Nongshim
specifically said
2-0,
no.
ladies and gentlemen. Look at that right side of the screen. MIBR 2-0, Nongshim 2-0.
He just picked the opposite of what we
Looking
said.
at yesterday, they went Gentlemates and Heretics. You guys are 0 for 4 potentially.
Someone find Degon in this arena. Strong words.
He's actually scammed us. This is called gaslighting.
Yeah.
And that's what's happening.
Wow.
Reminder, guys, you can get on EWC Play as well. It's on the Esports World Cup website. You can check out not just Valorant, all of the games, including Fatal Fury and more, as this is week 1, and we are very much in the thick of the games. Before we kick off this game number 2, we're going to see Nongshim on the defense. It is an attack chosen once again by Vitality. Does Nongshim have an advantage on their map pick?
I think they'll be feeling great about this. Split is always a good map for them.
Game is ready. Let's go to the casters.
Valorant has exploded into a global phenomenon.
Spike planted.
16 teams vied for the crown, but now only one will take it.
Watch their dreams shatter before them.
Welcome to the Lenovo Legion stage. I'm joined with SVG to give us a bit of an update on what's going on over here at Dota 2.
A very interesting group stage so far. We are seeing a return to dominance for a lot of the European squads.
All right.
You know, they had a little bit of a mixed year, but now they're topping the group 1s and 2s, dropping barely any games here. We have Falcons dominant as ever.
Classic.
They really want the win in Dota, because if they get the win in Dota, then it's like smooth sailing for that club championship. But I think they're gonna have some tough competition. Aurora look really good. Spirit looked pretty good, and a fan favorite, Enigma Galaxy, back this year. They are back.
That's good to hear, but do you have your own favorite in terms of a Dota 2 champion that we're going to be crowning here?
Well, the comms in the backstage are that Yandex are our favorite right now, and I think they do look really solid. They have very smart players. I think that tends to like give you the edge in Dota. You know?
Yeah, sometimes, you know, if you're smart. Like,
Exactly.
yeah.
It's a smart person game. You got to get those brains working. So I'm big on Yandex, but I do like Enigma Galaxy. And one of my old boys, Sumail, on it. They're cooking. They're informed. Good vibes. I'm rooting for them.
All right, I'm looking forward to that. Thank you so much for the check-in.
Yeah,
That's it from us. Back to you guys.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights. Better get right, I'm champion.
Welcome to the Spike site. We've got 45 seconds on the clock and a lot of tasks to do. Yumpy and Profek are going to be taking turns, and whoever's still doing a task, when the timer hits 0, loses. It's best of 3. Are you ready?
No.
Yes. I'll take your answer.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you a question to decide who goes first.
Okay.
Gentlemen, how tall is the Eiffel Tower in EWC Club Championship trophies?
I would say like 450. 1,500.
Yumpy is still closer. The answer is 550.
Stack 10 coins in the single pile.
Where are the coins? Okay, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is that 11?
1-0.
I mean, again.
Okay.
Continue.
Bra.
6,
7.
Put your timer. Okay. The adjudicator's coming in.
Please.
10.
Nice.
Your next card, your next task. You want to get this to 2 meters. You're not allowed to attach it to anything. It has to be just like this.
In the like straight line, yeah?
But without breaking. Go.
Oh, he's not using me.
Oh. 4, 3, 2, 1.
I lost.
Yes.
No.
That's that one out of the way. 1-0 to Yumpy.
Oh yeah, it's best of 3. Till a banana.
What the hell? Let's move on to the next one. Perfect.
Write Valorant mirrored on whiteboard. Nice, David. Good job.
I think we have to give it to him.
Yeah, I give it that. That's a good job.
I thought...
Yeah.
Thinking outside the box, bro. I love it. Okay.
I did Insta, so if you're gonna waste time, I'm gonna leave the room. Of course I did Insta. Yeah, but like I'm saying distance, right? Of course I did Insta. There is no... Okay, let's go. Next. Fold a piece of paper into paper and send it across the room. 3, 2, 1, go.
This is a good technique. This is not bad. I mean, it is bad, but it's not... Is that across the room?
No chance. I mean...
There could have been a gust of wind. So,
exactly.
For safety, one more throw. If you make it off the white, then it counts. Come on. No.
Hey! Yes, I didn't make it still.
I think you're going to have to fold another one, my friend.
Yeah.
7, 6, 5.
Yes, there is no, I got point. There is no chance. Bro, 1-1. We just make the game exciting.
Are you ready for your next question? How tall is the Eiffel Tower if measured in marshals?
Yeah. 250 is a good guess. I would say 190.
The answer is 214.21. 190 takes the cake. Okay, Yumpy, you're going first. Please draw your card.
Win a tumbler against the opponent.
This is good. Okay, I'll press the button here, gentlemen. I'll be the adjudicator. Please prepare for the thumb war. Are you ready?
Yeah. Yes.
Go.
Yeah, win it 10. Nice, he won.
You gotta keep going till he wins. 22 seconds.
Now I won.
Okay, I'll give it to you. It's close enough. Do 10 laps around your opponent. You gotta run. Yumpy, could you stand here for me? Are you ready?
Yeah.
Go. 1, 2. No, 1, 2.
No, that's 3. 4.
Okay. 5. 6. 7 seconds. 6, 5, 4, 3.
I did 10.
1. 2 seconds left on the clock.
What, you on? I was in the bar, like the Irish bar.
Flip a bottle. Hey. Yumpy, you have a chance here. You have it this. You could have got search for something.
Yes.
Peel the garlic, but you got flip a bottle. 2 seconds. 1 chance, maybe 2. Are you ready? I'll hit the button for you.
Okay.
Are you ready?
3, 2, 1. Yes!
Gentlemen, it was a good game. Oh, it was a fair game. But it wasn't a friendly game. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me here today. It has been a lot of fun. I hope
for me.
I hope we haven't caused too much strife in your team. I'm guys very happy to be our victor. Thanks very much for watching, folks. I'll let you guys go.
The body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
It's a nice block from Starso. I don't know if he has time for this one though, Kev. It's going to be very close. Oh, that is unbelievable. Also, one enemy.
Welcome back. We are live from Paris, and we are in your quarterfinals of Valorant here at EWC 2026. You can see our players getting ready to rock as Vitality was able to steal our first map. It is now Nongshim's map choice. Athena, as we get into the agent selection, where are we playing, and what kind of agents are good on this map?
We're going to be playing into Split, and both these teams have had a history of playing that double duelist meta. It's worked well for both these teams. I'm really interested to see this map. If Nongshim, they've prepared a little bit more on those trap plays because it was working really well for them on Ascent. And I'm just interested to see if they're just going to keep those same comps because honestly, both these teams are pretty consistently doing well on a map like Split, both above that 50% win rate. So it feels pretty good going into it. Just interested to see what they're going to cook up.
Top 8 teams on the planet right now. They're proving it in front of this live audience. Big time, though. Is there a regional difference in play styles?
Look, Pacific has always been known as the aggressive region. They were playing double duelists before it was cool, before the rest of the world got on the train. Same with these Nongshim guys. They love it. They love to be fast. They love to be aggressive. That's how we coin it over here in Pacific. And when we take a look at the agent select, nothing different on the side of Nongshim here. It's that pattern of double duelist. Neon with the Phoenix running in behind it. This is what they do best.
Yeah, what do you think of the Sky? I'm curious because I have my own personal thoughts, but I want to hear yours first.
I like the Sky if you're a very strong, capable mid-rounder. It gives you a lot of information. You also have that drone to work with in the dog. So I think if you can understand how to use that information correctly, you want to play with pace, you can support your duelist quite well. I don't hate it.
You ready for a bold prediction? Sayonara flexing to Raze is going to lead the lobby.
I respect. Yo,
very valid.
his raise is good.
That's a very valid.
His raise is good. I see an argument, but let me one up you. He's not going to lead the lobby because X-Ross is going to lead the lobby.
X-Ross!
Here on the
We're going to a game 3?
Yeah, we're going to
you think we're not going to a game 3 here in Paris?
Agents are locked in, as are our casters. Let's get into game number 2.
I'm getting real sick of hearing this big-time guy talk a lot of smack every time there's an EMEA team up for discussion. I'm keeping tabs on you, Morgan. It's time to get into the game, baby. Nongshim versus Vitality. It was certainly a sad first map for big time, watching that from the sidelines. It looked like Nongshim had the read on Vitality, but the second half was a completely different game. Now 1-0. Does Vitality step in to Nongshim's pick?
Yeah, as we all know, Tyler is better. Definitely when it comes
at almost
to
everything.
But nonetheless, into the pistol we go. 4 players ready and waiting from the defensive side. Right place, right time. Maybe that's been noted by the opposing side. Sayonara getting the bucket seal of approval, which obviously means a lot. And the defense already on a mass rotation back to the other side of the map. But you can see the attack have left themselves an implant. They have put Chronicle in place, but he doesn't manage to catch the rotator.
Makes sense that he'd like Raze. Reminds him of the Call of Duty days, but this is where X-Ross's duty calls to him, delivering in a big way, a double under his belt already. Sayonara and Profek left very low indeed. And a spam from RB is enough to take the ladder. Now,
30 seconds left.
Big task for Chronicle and Sayo, one of which holding on for dear life, and the other's just being delivered to the afterlife. It's 1-0. Nongshim in with a convincing pistol.
Yeah, unfortunately, it seems like Morgan might have got something right. X-Ross off to a flyer.
I wouldn't get ahead of yourself just yet. One lucky round
already for the Phoenix. And that's the thing. That's the difference between these two. Like, having that additional option for flashes. Doesn't need it on the initiator quite as much, but also if he can keep farming up that Phoenix ultimate, definitely make things that little bit more awkward for the attack side. Of course, we've seen this already in the previous map from Vitality, the struggles that they can have on the attack side. This map's normally a little better. That double dive can cause problems. And actually, well, it looked like Durka for a second was going to dive in alone. The tap of the orb almost loses him his life. He's managed to get quite far.
Now I'm getting a little bit nervous. RB is going to be nearsighted as well, trading out the paranoias, but the swing onto the back, not as clean as it could be, yet still, it's even trades for the side of Vitality. About as good a start as they could hope for. That was the pick they needed, though. That was the pick that would have gotten the spike to a site. Now instead they're trailing behind. Dambi's filled in the space, he's caught the spike, and it looks like Nongshim have stabilized. It wasn't even the fear of losing the round, it was the fear of this becoming more and more costly. But Dambi has put that fear to rest.
Yeah, I think that's a singular weapon dropped, which still maybe a little bit more cost than they'd like, but definitely not the end of the world. And especially with Durka able to walk in and get 2 kills. I'm starting to get a little bit nervous for them, but in the end, comes out quite comfortable. And while looking back to the last couple of games versus G2 and GE, it was 8-4 defensive sides for Nongshim that set them up for success. On the other side of things, the last time that we saw Vitality play this map was versus Leviathan, where they got blasted 13-4. So maybe a few learnings to take away from that matchup. But the time before that, it was a strong attack side half. So arguably both teams starting on their favored side. to this map, so this round may end up being quite important for Vitality.
Well, it should do. The early starts what kept that first map alive. Nongshim. The weaknesses aren't really that present. Like you said, the Bandit for RB, one of the weaker fronts. A lack of information later into the round. X-Ross goes looking, even uses the hot hands in the corners, desperately wanting that damage, and Dambi is ready to pounce on the back of it. I mean, they've spotted now 2 players outside this A side. For a moment, I thought Nongshim were rotating. I saw X-Ross leave Heaven, move towards the spawn.
30 seconds
I thought,
left.
oh, it looks like they've made the wrong read. They think that it's going back in the other direction, but no, they were just taking more passive positions. So these rifles can catch them on the way through the choke point with 20 seconds left. All they have to do is be an annoyance and run this clock down. They have the right players in the right spots, but that pick onto Dambi might just have reset it. X-Ross only good for the 1, but 8 seconds and a plant needing to be found. RB desperately trying to deny it, but they've kept it into a 3v2 at the very least. Until that pick.
Makes it interesting, but still, Ivy already has retrieved the rifle. And again, he's going to find one off the back of it. Leaves it down to Yumpy. This has been far more than a bonus round. Ivy with the chance to give them a 3-0 start and steal it away. It seems like Yumpy started to clock on to where his opponent will be coming from. And the IGL will clutch out the round. But it's a little bit worrying that they even needed that clutch to begin with.
Yeah, I heard a deep sigh from Big Time backstage, but there's no need to be deflated. That was a big round for Nongshim. Making it that close, giving that much of a chance for this to go across the line. Bloody impressive. Considering the Vitality squad break into that site and immediately deal with Dambi, it comes way too close in the end. But a plant found. With 1 man alive, Vitality find their first round of the board. Now, it gets a bit more difficult. This time, Nongshim are fully armed, and Profek is being blindsided by RB.
Yeah, you almost have to be a bit frustrated if you're Profek in that moment. Look at the corner that he died in. You kind of hope that your teammates might have you covered from that sort of an aggressive swing coming out from the defensive side, but the flash was just good enough that they were all blinded on the other side. It's still a bit worrying, but hey, great work from the side of Nongshim early on. And if RB is going to have a similar performance to what we saw on the last map, we might be seeing a third one after all.
It's those defensive setups as well, rearing their ugly head back from Ascent. That was the problem that Vitality ran into and really struggled to crack the code up. Big fight up in Heaven, at least the trade there. Now Vitality pick up the pace towards the site. They know they want to have a fight from above for at least a moment. But Francis still needs to be rooted out from that site. X-Ross's ultimate dealt with Francis taking a tag. He's still standing his ground. He looked unfazed, but
30 seconds left.
now the showstopper should send the rest scurrying. Man advantage, possibly even off the back of it. It was Durka to deliver 3. RB all alone with the same task at hand.
It looked like this was another stellar round in the early, but the recovery has looked good. RB with the chance for a freebie, but he's looking for a little bit more. He's hoping that Sayonara never looks up, just keeping an eye on him constantly. There's the jump down. Allows him to cross towards the site. Smoke on towards the spike as well, just to create some danger that the opponents have to deal with. Already looking for the harp, but he's so desperately low, and Yumpy was quick to hand. A huge round from Durka, almost using that showstopper as a distraction. But his triple is what gives them an even score.
Oh yeah, he saved the day on the Heaven fight. Onto Dambi. I mean, the second one. Oh yeah, no, the showstopper did go too far. So yeah, that wasn't. I thought he got the kill ahead of the rocket, but no.
No.
He got the kill instead of the rocket.
No, the rocket was not close.
That was actually much further than it looked when he was clicking on my screen. But a little flick of the wrist, unlucky. 2-2. Vitality now face off against Pistols. Their reward starts out with an easy pickup from Durka and a spray onto the wall. An excitement. Well, then I see him step really close to a smoke. versus an eco with an outlaw, and I'll be honest, I start to get a little bit worried, but I'm sure he won't go much further than this.
You know, it is Durka, a chance to farm, and already another one picked up. The trap play, looking to try and put the pressure on, but he has the support of Sayonara. The last showstopper might have ended up as a fake flash, but if he can build up to the next one in quick succession, he's not going to worry too much. A flawless round. And although this is not the most damning of starts for Nongshim, the thing that worries me is how Durka is playing. Because you mentioned that was aggressive, that was hyper aggressive. But think back to that last map. A 7-9 first half. He starts popping off, ends the second half 12-3. Like, genuinely was just farming. Now we're seeing that on the attack side as well. That's scary.
Because rounds like that, they're the kind of thing that will probably make your coaching staff very nervous. Like, those are skill check rounds. And if you miss the skill check, things go very, very badly, very, very quickly. Sayo's a little late getting the kill. They hit a headshot with a sheriff onto him. There's a rifle there. You've got an outlaw stuck in the corner. Probably 2 picks and 2 big weapons picked up.
Get punished, don't you?
I do. It kind of frustrates me when it works.
Can't keep getting away with this.
When you've got the players who can take those risks and it pays off the majority of the time, and if you don't get Durka hitting the shot, you've got someone like Sayonara to pick up the pieces, then yeah, sometimes you can play a looser game just because you can back it up. You don't want to see every team do it, but for Vitality, they might need a risk here in the 4v4, but Xross is the one surrounded and looking the wrong way in heavy traffic.
No idea. He had absolutely no idea how much ground had been taken, and it seems like it's falling into 1v1 picks. The TP was stuck! What? I don't even think Sayonara realized that RB dare stick that TP, and well, I thought for a second he was going to be just some sort of cloak and dagger that managed to sneak his way through the round, but eventually he's dealt with.
That looked like he was invisible for a moment there. There's 2 team, 1 ultimate taken, no one pays any mind, and then he TPs on the site, fires 3 bullets, and they're still looking the other way. What the hell? Well, as much as he might have gotten a few chances, none capitalized on. And for Vitality, this is a fantastic round. The ability to walk up behind like that in heaven, crunch on an Xross who, yeah, he looked there a moment ago, and he looked there a moment too late, but he left the gap, and that gap was filled in by Vitality immediately. That doesn't feel nice from the side of Nongshim. Round loss like that, well, no surprise to see a timeout.
Yeah, I think we're already starting to get the alarm bells that happened on Ascent.
Back-to-back rounds there.
This is now your map choice. The defender side is where they've done their best work over the last couple of maps, and you could see that a lot of these almost feel like it's momentum. Like you're having Durka get more and more aggressive. That was him running through B Heaven with a Blade Storm, getting an opener. And although you look at that 1-for-1 trade and you go, well, yeah, that didn't matter that much. It's the space they got. Like everybody else had to almost fall back in fear and even pull rotations. And in the meantime, the rest of the attackers go through vents and backstab your Phoenix. Like that's too much ground being lost. And this is, of course, now elimination on the line. The playoffs bracket here at EWC is a brutal one. It is one and done. No second chances. You lose here, you are out.
You mean you lose in the series, but it's very relevant for the map for Nongshim. They've made their mistake. They have faltered already. There is no more room for failure on that defensive side. 4-2.
It is one and done. No second chance.
Nongshim starting with pistols means already a healthy amount of rounds likely online for Vitality. That said, Nongshim have done some work in rounds like this. A Nightfall there if needed for retakes, but they will need an upper hand to be claimed before they think about putting that through. At least I'd imagine so.
Yeah, you never quite know with Nongshim, but I do agree. Ready. Contact into middle. Abby being left with a gap, trying to set him up to thrive. The flash has left him blinded.
I do like their attempt to pre-fire on the Prowler with the Marshal. That was nice and relatively close.
Time to hunt. 30
you find nothing with that. Vitality fill in that mid space, take it for free. Now what do you rely on? Well, the reposition of the Marshal. A good tag. That was a collateral tag as well. Makes it much easier for the rest of the squad to finish off these kills. Xross straight in with a headshot. Another delivered on the Sheriff. and they're hungry for more. Exros, he's got 3 under his belt. 6 seconds left. The plant needs to be started now. There's no time to delay. It has to be stuck, and Exros has won the round alone.
Really impressive stuff. The Nightfall helping out towards the end, but it was the couple that he got. Catching Sayonara at the spike just seemed to put this round into turmoil. A domino effect that forced them into the fights of this man once again, and he just was not missing. It took the final man on Vitality to take him down, and by that point, the round was already won. Really impressive stuff. A huge step up as well. You can see the excitement from his teammates. 4-3. A breakback, a response, a huge boost to the economy, and while a man who was terrorizing them early dealt with, and so is Profek.
I like the pace from Vitality. They want to get right into Nongshim's face. They lost the round. They want to get right back on the horse. But Nongshim, they stand and greet them in every single battle, bar one. They come out with a flawless victory. That is huge from Nongshim. You win one round, it's a flash in the pan, but then you shut them down immediately right after. And the pressure is on to Vitality all of a sudden.
Yeah, oh, it looked like there was a world where the momentum of the last map, the streak of rounds from the attack was just going to give them an immense half, and then some individual brilliance from Exros. And Nongshim are right back in the game again. This time the operator in the hands of Francis, so expectation is that maybe Danby will look to try and challenge the walk-up. The paranoia setup. We've already seen Profek get caught by this before. In fact, in the exact same corner he was standing in. If there's any sound made, any movement on that side, he may just be dead to rights.
You can see Danby is certainly on his marks and ready to go. All they need is that sound cue. In goes the Tiger, clearing out mids. Nobody there. They're starting to wonder what the plan could be. Now, a player shot that reveal. I'm surprised to not see the paranoia go through. Profek moves to a safer position. He can get out now. He's no longer trapped. If Nongshim pulled the trigger on this execute, but it's all off of Francis's contact. They want these players to already be deep before the paranoia hits. But Profek, he's seen these games before, but he won't win them this time either. Vitality, they thought they dealt with the aggression after seeing one, but again, Nongshim double, triple down. And Vitality are caught off.
I love the traps that they set. And I love the patience as well. Like, we sort of set this team up that they're like, they are the aggressive team. And at times they are. At times it looks like they do just run it down into their opponents. But this was timed. We mentioned it. After someone shoots that reveal, you go, you could have done it then. But they were waiting for more than just a singular player. And although Profek deals with the initial aggression, it's the re-push that ends up catching Vitality off guard. A fantastic round from the defensive side of Nongshim. And while from 4 rounds lost in a row, they now find themselves in the lead.
They're playing this game like it's Mousetrap. Every step that's taken by Vitality risks them being caught in a cage they couldn't even see moments ago. For Nongshim, the defensive side especially, it has something special to it. Looks like such an annoyance to play against. And that's in the structure of how they set up the buy rounds. Then you have what started this streak being Exros getting a 4K with the Sheriff and winning off of time. I think they might have won off of the kills in the end, but it literally didn't matter. It was already done from that man. The work off of his back as players brushed off him like water off of ducks. It was ridiculous to see them play like that. And then they leaned towards trap setups. Before that, it was Vitality running at them in the round right after they won it with the Sheriff. And they dealt with the full frontal aggression. You play slow, there's traps. You play fast, they're ready. You break against the cliffs like the waves. Nongshim stand tall now in the lead, 5-4. This has been a fantastic resurgence from the squad.
Yeah, I think one of the most important things was just shutting down Durka. We said it looked like he was building into that attack side, and it might just be one of those maps where he absolutely dominates. We've seen him many a time. He's been doing it for years. For the last few rounds, he's managed to get absolutely nothing. They've walked into the traps. And now the question is, how do Vitality react? Because you've tried the fast-paced hit, and you've been met by a Danby operator. You've tried the slow round, the default, the push into mid and then fall back to B, and you've walked directly into a trap. Where do you believe that the gap can be found? And you could see the early patience, because especially go back to the last map, normally once they took a pause, Nongshim went for this crazy aggressive ultimate-based round that ended up just blasting them out of the server. So they're just sitting, waiting for now. But if anything, with this operator just honed in on the angle, they're almost playing into their opponent's hands.
It depends on the push itself. Sky's on the rotate over. The Yumpy out of flashes for the time being. It means they go in blind. A Cloudburst not providing enough cover. A deep showstopper not landing. And an ultimate pop by Xross. He keeps control of mid for a moment, then slides into the site, but there's nothing left to do. What? RB ran into the smoke. He's a madman. But Francis is there to carry them across the line. Another very successful round for Nongshim, and it looks like Vitality are out of ideas.
Yeah, they are just, they've gone for basically the same play again, like having this early slow default, thinking, okay, they're not going to have the same trap in back-to-back rounds. Instead, though, it's different. You have the contact set up. They then try to burst through with a showstopper, but you just have these players constantly re-aggressing. RB having no fear whatsoever, and then Francis doing exactly the same thing. The second you think you might have a respite with Nongshim, you are wrong. And what, 6-4? 4 rounds in a row now for the defensive side, directly after a pause was taken for Vitality. Again, we start to look towards the French organization, the EMEA squad that maybe has the most hopes of challenging for that title. And it's the same again. Danby with a crispy opener and gets rid of Sayonara.
It's got to be frustrating to run into him no matter where they go. Now he runs into them, but Dirk is there to meet him. And Marshall winning the fight out. Giving a chance perhaps to Vitality still. There's so many players here on the rotate. Ivy not caught by either flashes. Primed for that push out, and he's catching them all. It's Ivy with 3 that quells any hope from Vitality in this round. They remain on 4, while Nongshim now have a chance for an 8-4 half.
Yeah, I think when we were sat there with them 4-2 down and they took a pause, I wasn't massively believing they'd be able to turn it into maybe even a half victory. But now they're potentially going to walk in with an incredibly comfortable one. I don't know what was said by the coaching staff, but evidently it's worked out. And sure, I think credit needs to be given to Ekros, that spark, that flame that seemed to just turn them around. I think it was Danby just screaming his heart out the second that they won that round. And he's now been devastating ever since. But this round was all about Ivy. An ultimate even committed in the last round in the form of the Seekers. The round before they used a showstopper, both to no effect. Not even space was taken in that moment. And now you look at the defense, they haven't had to use their ultimates. They have 4 ready for this round.
Big pickup by Durka. It was him the majority of the time being picked off right away by that operator.
He thought about sticking it.
He did. I thought he was going to stick it as well, and I thought no one was going to see it, but I think he's avoided death with that cancellation. Viper's Pit's going to cause issues. Getting in and planting, an impossibility without a serious fight. And before at least, those players had filled in the space. What? He's just spammed through the pit to take down RB. Now Durkas got
Viper,
but they don't know about Extras! He was in that pit, hiding, waiting, biding his time! He takes that burden from his team and carries them to 8-4 at the half.
My God, that was an insane round from him once again. He's had most of his kills in 2 rounds, but those 2 rounds have been some of the best rounds I've ever seen in my life. I thought the moment that pit dropped, he was in trouble. It turned out that was their safety net, not being able to know where he is. That was a kindness that he was giving them. And you can see it again. Absolute insanity from Exos in this round, and a well-deserved half lead for the side of Nongshim.
Now that was absolutely fantastic, but you know what? I've heard we've got a little bit of entertainment for you as we go to the halftime break.
Yes, a little bit of entertaining here, because once again, you know there needs to be a team standing strong against the crowd's favorite. It was Energy yesterday. Today it's Nongshim, and I'm joined by Daphné and Jean, French Nongshim fans. Daphné et Jean m'ont rejoint, 2 fans de Nongshim. So my first question is going to be, I'm very happy to welcome some fans here on stage. Être sur scène, qu'est-ce que ça te fait? Vas-y, décris-nous un petit peu la vue.
C'est un peu intimidant, honnêtement. Et moi, ça me fait plaisir d'être là pour Nongshim parce que je sais que dans la salle, on est moins pour eux. Et du coup, c'est pour montrer notre soutien, c'est cool.
Et on est content de t'avoir aussi. It's a little bit intimidating here on stage, but we need to make noise because there's a lot of Vitality fans, of course, in the audience. And my second question is going to be, you know, you guys are French. So do you have any recommendations, you know, for the esports fans that are going to be coming all over the summer? Est-ce que vous avez des recommandations du coup? Peut-être quelque chose à faire, quelque chose à voir à Paris, quelque chose à manger?
Pour voir, il y a la base, la Tour Eiffel, l'Arc de Triomphe, mais je pense que c'est bien aussi de faire le tour des quais de Seine et d'aller un petit peu sur les bateaux, etc.
Wandering around, maybe un truc que t'aimes manger, toi, de ton côté?
Pas un baguette classique, franchement, c'est très français, très cliché, mais ça reste très bon quand même tout le temps.
We have the best bread in the world, of course. Who is your favorite player? Who is your MVP in this Nongshim team? C'est qui le MVP chez vous?
Bah, chez nous, c'est X-Ross, le super clutch qui vient de mettre en plus pour terminer le half.
Et pour toi?
Moi, mon préféré, c'est Ivy quand même. Il est très très bon quand même. Il a un énorme aim et j'adore.
Ivy and X-Ross fans, let's see if the boys can carry this game on the second map.
Thank you very much, Lou. Well, it's time to see if this story's ending here or if there's another chapter yet to be written. Vitality trailing at the halftime, and it might be intimidating up there to cheer for Nongshim, but you know what? You had an easy half cheering along. I didn't hear a lot from the Vitality fans.
No, I think they're a team that it's impossible not to like. They're probably the nicest of all the players, but then you get in the server and you see them do some of the nastiest things you're ever going to watch in your life. I think both Exos and Ivy, good choices. But is there going to be a response again? We saw this in the defensive half of the last map. It looked like Vitality were maybe going to go into this map with a deficit. Instead, they came out with an advantage. Is it going to be the same again? They might just need another pistol. And already, Dirk under serious pressure. I'll be honest, I don't know how he's alive.
He was going out for a knife kill, but it's quickly spiraled into favor for Nongshim. It's a little bit messy. Yumpy barely survives. 22 HP, a stray bullet will take him down, and they can't hold the spike under those conditions. It's time to fall back. Still a paranoia to play with for Profek. He spotted them. The retake of ramp underway. Profek fleeing to spot them. Oh, it's a messy fight. Nongshim were both ready for that. Ivy and Francis trained in on the angle, and now it's only the low HP of Yumpy.
I think they saw him.
They've definitely seen him on that peek up. Ivy was tagged earlier, but he won't be looking for the scrap anytime soon. An immediate rotate from both parties. Yumpy a little bit late.
Might be able to catch one on the fadeaway. No, he's been
30
spotted.
seconds left.
22 HP, would need an instant shot. He's not going to get it. It's the pistol now under the belts of Nongshim, and they do look like they're running away with this now.
They were so quick with that as well. Ivy jumped onto the rope and then jumped off it, so he hears both hit it and thinks, well, they've both dropped. Okay, even peeking in, looking down below for that little head peek angle, and then surprise, my guy's standing up on top waiting. Nice work by Yumpy in a decent attempt, but grouping up for Nongshim gave them the upper hand. The reposition was perfect. That's another pistol under their belt, and I'll tell you, as I said, the crowd had been quiet. I heard them start the chant again for the second half in favor of Vitality, but once again, the quiet comes over the venue. Nongshim should have an easy time in the first few fights. In fact, all of them look incredibly simple for the squad. It's an eco from Vitality, of course.
They had the same trap, the flash initially and then the paranoia through the wall for the defender side, but they didn't get anything from it. Of course, the weaker weaponry made that quite a bit more difficult, but also the passiveness of Exros, meaning he wasn't caught by any of it. It now leaves Profek, who, I'll be honest, a couple of kills for him might be a bit of a saving grace. He's been having a pretty rough game so far. Does he check? Oh, nope. Oh, yeah, he does. Okay. That's at least one. It's only the pistol, so not anything too damaging lost. And all of the players are pushing, by the way. Every single one of the Nongshim players have just completely left the spike. They didn't care at that point. They wanted the orb.
Well, you know he can't defuse, right? He's in front of you. So why not box him in, take him down. Grab your orbs along the way. This is definitely got a different flavor to it than the previous map where Vitality had already fought back. They found that streak of 4 rounds and nothing since. Definitely looks like a strong pick for Nongshim. And the question is, will there be a sign of life before the end? This is pretty much it. Box him in, take him down. The last expected heartbeat of Vitality. It starts to falter here. Vitality had already fought back. There will be Breeze on the horizon, and Nongshim wasting no time. Dambi's already ran up through mid, but he's taken a lot of damage. For Nongshim, and the question is, will there be a sign of life before the end? This is pretty much it.
A round that it's safe to say Vitality cannot afford to lose. Already backs against the wall in their opponent's map choice. It was 4-2 the last time they won a round. Since then, 8 in the other direction. Early trades back and forth, but it is Vitality that comes out on top. Of course, bonus round for Nongshim, so even keeping this one tight might be enough, but with Ivy and RB, plenty of credits in the bank, it's safe to say they're going to be going for this one.
Certainly with how the rounds have gone for them so far, they give them a decent chance. The pressure put onto RB, good paranoia. They'll use it to TP as well, and I'm not sure they will have heard that.
I think so.
I think Profek was hit by the paranoia as well.
30 seconds left.
They definitely know about him now, a little bit late on the spam, but all the while he is just buying time. 20 seconds for that flank to come all the way around. Running out of time, running out of chances to get this across the line. It's got to be a more aggressive play, and well, that certainly was aggressive from RB. They know where Ivy is. He's got no time to connect these kills, and you can see Durka just flees, realizing he can win it off time alone, but Profek will at least secure Vitality a 5th round. A chance here, but a long road ahead of them.
Yeah, I think that even in that moment, the goal was to just try and take weapons away. I think they knew at that point they'd already lost the round just off the back of losing the spike in this scenario, but even still as a bonus, getting rid of 3 guns, and if they'd won that fight, it would have been a 4th. Still feels like a mountain to climb for the Vitality side, and just looking at Exros, unfortunately there's going to be a very smug Morgan when we get back to the desk, because he has been incredible, and he has to run it back online.
Yeah, that's the scary thing about this round for Vitality. Credits all put on the line for Nongshim. They have ultimates to throw at it as well. They've looked good when it comes to the buy rounds. They've got the majority of the defenders towards the A site, which means Profek stands alone. He's isolated, but he's isolated a duel to start.
Down B.
Not bad. Now teammates coming to help out. The spike recovered by Dambi, but he's going back in. They're not giving up on Nongshim. They know there's numbers here. They are not deterred, and perhaps they should be. RB TPing to the site's being hard, but he gets the jump on Chronicle. Looks back to Durka. He's dancing around that pillar, but has no idea that death is right above him. Durka's adjusted. He detected Ivy, I don't know how. And he's left RB all alone. The spike in Durka's possession. Yumpy at his back as well. They're now together. The high-low in play. A firing squad whose only job is to execute this omen. When he steps into their sight line, the smoke will cover him for now, but into the fight he goes, and out of the round. Vitality, another lifeline delivered, but many more needed.
I think good initial work by Profek to slow them down. I think especially just finding an angle where he couldn't be spotted by that running back. But then it is Durka. It's Durka just sort of flipping back to the player above that turns this round in his head. It looked like for a moment that was going to slip away from them. But once they get into that 2v1, solid positioning to make sure it was incredibly difficult for RB to isolate any of the angles. I also don't think his smoke helped him out too much. I understand what he was trying to do, but I think it kind of boxed him in with no angles to fight. Aggressive stuff from the defense, though, and wow, versus a low buy, this might end up being a problem.
It's an immediate stun by Danby, and the flash that came out from X-Ross. That is what gave them the upper hand, but oh, push comes to shove. Somehow they're still holding on. This looked like Vitality were falling, or sorry, we're crushing them, but they've fallen behind. Sayonara is desperately low, but he survives the spam of the Guardian, and indeed survives the round. Vitality, 7-10. I'm starting to believe it's possible. A 3-round gap is where this game changes.
Yeah, we've seen this already in the last map. Desperately far behind. They then manage a mass streak of rounds, and although some of these have been a little bit tighter, I'm wondering if we might see that pause coming out once again. I think the Nongshim coaching staff have been incredibly proactive. Even in the last game, it was the same, where they were in the lead and they slow things down a little. Clearly not feeling the burn just yet, but I'm looking at that operator into Durka's hand. It was a game changer on the defensive side of Ascent. On this side, it seems like he'll be on the wrong side of the map. This is looking like an A hit for Nongshim.
Well, it's looking like they don't have much of a choice, Tom. There's no coverage outside B with full control there for Vitality. The only thing is the defense is waiting for that fight on middle, not knowing it's coming in the other direction. Yumpy taken out of the round, and the team P cancelled from Profek. Danby single-handedly got them this site, got them the plant. Wow, gotten them a huge advantage and probably forced Vitality to save because he spammed through a pit and a smoke. That part's a little bit BS. The rest of it was impressive. The last bit, more frustrating than impressive. But got to be incredibly frustrating for Vitality to now see that round drop like that.
Yeah, this is the Danby effect. I thought they were going to build in and potentially use some of the ultimates. It's only the Viper's Pit that ends up being utilized in this moment, but a more direct hit and finding the isolated man. The fact is there's at least been some delay for the defensive side so far. I think Profek, the last round, he was able to hold the line for rotations to come in. This time, it's so quick that they get rid of Yumpy that no one has an opportunity to get in to support him. There's no way anybody could have found some sort of trade without, well, the same BS spam that we saw from Danby. It's going to be another round onto the board. The pause clearly not needed just yet, and for Vitality now, with that streak coming to an end, they now have to pick themselves up again, 4 rounds behind, and their opponents only 2 from taking us to Breeze. Going to be another round onto the board.
Toxins going up.
Oh, for Vitality, as you said last round, the isolated man found the one without delay. This time, they're going to leave Profek towards the A side. A man who can escape at least, perhaps delay with the paranoia, but not from where he is. Again, the idea from Vitality is to look for the mid-fight and to leave Durka embedded where he is. He's going to have a challenge.
He was seen.
There.
This doesn't seem worth it anymore. I was about to say, when you've been spotted through the gap in the smoke, the value of this diminishes massively. An expected mid-push almost feels like a death sentence. Instead, though, they seem very ready for Durka's positioning.
They were.
Danby able to bait the shot, and he's looking to try and do the same again. He's just looking to try and fight him alone. And while he's lost his life because of it, no trade to be had just yet. And cover available to help out. RB, however, has just TP'd to the other side of the map, clearly realizing that Profek had abandoned it, given that information over by Ivy, and they'll find themselves a post plant with the defenders fairly far away.
With the time and space lost by Vitality, it's almost a good trade for Nongshim. They're a man behind, but the clock plays as their 5th man here. dog sent through, cancelled immediately. That's so much info denied. Great spam. Ivy's done wonders here. Reading those rotations, calling for the spike to make it over here. And now stopping the information game. Vitality go in blind. They lose Profek right off rip. Sayonara's down and out as the flood in sees Vitality washed away. Durka try as he might. It looks like he has absolutely nothing to say. Nongshim 12-7. 5 chances to close this out and bring us to 3.
And this is something I've really loved about watching Nongshim is it's just they get the piece of information they need and they will make the bold call. The bold call is to just TP into the back of that site. Go, I've spotted the rotations, I know what's going on, we can get a plant, and it's going to take them ages to have those rotations. And as you said, I feel like even the spam that he went for to deny that information, it's a bold play. If somebody swings him, takes him out, that's a problem. Instead, he's able to slow down the push, enable their own crossfire back towards the ramp, and then the players within the site are able to just bide their time. A 4v5 that looked like Nongshim had the advantage throughout, and now a last-ditch effort from the coaching staff of Vitality to try and save this map and stop them having to go to Breeze.
Yeah, this is one of the more difficult ones. 5 rounds in a row, no room for error for this squad so far, and it is starting to look like on the other side of the stage, Nongshim are on a form that just cannot be broken. Seeing Danby have this level of success, and yes, big time, I see you with your headset on, your in-ear in. X-Ross playing the way that he is. He's doing a great job.
Who?
I hate
Big Time or X-Ross?
X-Ross,
oh,
of
okay.
course. Big Time got lucky once. Smug look in his face. Well, smug look on Nongshim's face as well. 5 chances to close this out. Vitality definitely looking more deactivated than the last map.
You can see this again. This is something that we've seen regularly from Nongshim. You take a pause and we're going to be right in your face, right down your throat. The second these rounds begin, they send Danby up mid, but this was all just to try and pincer. We saw this in the last half, and now Durka's the one under pressure, but they've kind of bypassed him already. The site is firmly under their control. In the meantime, Sayonara has popped a showstopper that's achieved nothing, and although Durka managed to get a free chance of success, he's completely missed the beat. 2 players already down. Sayonara desperately low, has to flee. And with time against them, now a 6th man it seems, this is looking done.
Breeze will be map number 3. It seems like we're going all the way there. 13-7. A resounding defeat dealt to Vitality in front of the home crowd. There might not be many Nongshim fans in there, but they've earned the right to get loud. This was a masterclass on Split, and it's not over yet.
No, very, very comfortable from, I want to say, like round 6 onwards. They took a pause. It looked like they were under some pressure, and then they went on a streak of, I think it was like 8 rounds in a row before we finally saw Vitality break back into the map. That momentum that was on their side has quickly diminished, and with the likes of X-Ross, Danby, everybody showing up to the party, having their moments when they needed it most, that map 3 really feels like it's anyone's game.
Great cast there and an excellent performance from Nongshim. We saw it. We heard the call from Big Time. Keep your eyes on X-Ross. Well, that man delivered, and he was not alone. Everybody chiming in for Nongshim. And we take a look at some of the numbers here. X-Rox's performance, 22-10. ACS is over 300 and 11 first kills. How do you have a bigger impact than that on a Phoenix? I don't think you can do it.
I mean, look, he's rock solid on this agent. Since, you know, they changed around with the roles, there was an experiment. It was Francis before. X-Ross was on the initiator. They make these changes. They let X-Ross be more aggressive. They let him be the one to get these trades, and he lit up. I love Split for this team. I feel like it suits them down to the ground here much more than it does the side of Vitality. So very happy with how they played this.
Yeah, this round right here that you're looking at on the screen, it was actually a thrifty for them. X-Ross, being one of the main reasons why they won it out. And that thrifty actually catapulted them to end that half 8-4. And then after that, they won 8 rounds in a row here for Nongshim. That really started the momentum shift for them. And I really like to see how that kind of changed their mindset as well to just be a lot more aggressive in the server, mainly X-Ross.
Shout out to all the French fans. We have a jam-packed house, but that's all on the Vitality side of the stage. Our side of the stage is the Nongshim side, and it was about 50% full. They're starting to file in, and I feel like as this series is going on, Nongshim's starting to gain a little bit more fandom here in the crowd.
Look, I'm feeling good. Show me French tears. That's what I want. Zoom in because they're going home today. You know what? I predicted Vitality. I reluctantly predicted Vitality. That was stupid. That was the old me. I'm back. Nongshim win this now.
We call him Lil Rock Jr. here. As we take a look at some of the best rounds, you called it. It was the Thrifty that set them off on a big run. Let's take a look back at how they pulled that off. And is it all the Phoenix moving forward? What does X-Ross play in our next game?
Yeah, I mean, I think we have to wait and see for that. They do love that double duelist over there. But on Split, this was the round that made the magic happen. I think Vitality made a big mistake here. I think they were far too slow against the eco. They worked the map too much, really, and they didn't give themselves enough time to hit into a stacked site here.
Yeah, you can see on the clock, 4 seconds left. They can't even get that spike down. X-Ross peeking, getting that pick, a 4K for him. But yes, just playing that map really, really well by Nongshim, and it feels like just over and over again after those first few rounds that they started winning out. X-Ross also was on top of that, but so was RB. Everyone was starting to perform slowly, and they just racked up a lot of those.
Did Vitality make a mistake giving Nongshim defense early?
I mean, I think potentially yes, because I think they're very strong on it. I think Split is, you know, most naturally being very defender side. But now since the double duelist meta has come along, we see a lot more teams choosing to go for that attack to set their own tempo because it has balanced out a little bit. Ultimately, I think Nongshim very well prepared. I think the map suits their double duelist so well because it's very contained. They can bombard you with util, dominate that space. And Vitality, they couldn't get the up rolling. It's not big enough. They couldn't make that work.
Athena, as we get ready for map number 3, we want to remind the audience we're going to Breeze. If you're watching group stages, this was in every best of 3. Seems all of the squads are comfortable squaring up on this map. So talk to me. Is it offense? Is it defense? Because if you're looking at the attack, Vitality chooses to attack for a 3rd time in a row.
I mean, this is one of those maps that's pretty 50-50, but I like to think it's attack-sided. The reason being is because you can set yourself up for success with that utility. I think Breeze is more of a deathmatch kind of map, so you take the fights that you want to take. And I think for both these teams, too, they've performed recently pretty well on this map. Both of them having pretty good win rates on this. They both understand how they want to play it. Nongshim usually sticking towards that double duelist, and then on the other side we have the double controller, the double innie coming in from Vitality. So I think this map is really going to come down to a lot of that firepower, which Nongshim, they have the momentum going forward, and for Vitality, if they can just come back from that.
Do I still run the Neon if I'm Dambi here on this next map?
Absolutely. He doesn't slow down on this. You will see Nongshim when they get onto that attacker half. They love that A site. That's where they want to end time and time again. Honestly, they're wholly disappointing when they go B. That doesn't work for them. That doesn't work for them. Go A. Nongshim, can you hear me? Go A.
Big time. I've seen you sad one time the entire time we've worked together, and that was when they went into a game without a Viper. Will there be Vipers on both sides of Breeze?
As a Breeze, it's a Viper must-have. I think we'll see Harbors on both sides. That's something, as the meta is developed now, you want to be able to slice up that side. And I think for Vitality, they also love that A retake. I think this is something that we might see a lot of. Nongshim want to hit A, Vitality want to retake A. It's who's going to upset the script here and have the kind of the mix-ups required to get one over on their opponents.
Athena, final time to switch your prediction if you'd like to. The fans had 76% of them choosing Vitality to win this best of 3.
Okay, I'm going to go purely based off what I know from comps, and I'm still picking Vitality. I'm
still going Vitality, big time.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah. Nongshim.
No, listen.
I've changed. We're back. It's Nongshim time.
Nongshim's on defense, 3 maps in a row. Can they seal the deal and move into our Final 4? We find out after the break.
Hey guys, we're here at the STC Arena. I'm here with Tomas, and Tomas is going to tell me what a Gentlemates fan is doing here today on day 2 because they played yesterday. Why are you guys still here?
To be honest, this is an association, the Gentle Suit, and when we come on an event, we just want to support our player, but when player are eliminated or something else, we just never let sit. Yeah, so we just bring back, see the game, watch Vitality or the teams. So we just came back and enjoy about the event.
What was yesterday had so many fans that were here, and it was such a great environment. What was your favorite part about yesterday?
Yesterday it was really insane, to be honest. I did not expect that, for sure. When Prox 1v4 was really insane, as was like all the arena, the atmosphere was very insane, so it was a pleasure.
Well, the mates are always great. Thank you so much for being here, and enjoy the rest of the tournament.
Gentle! Gentle! Gentle, gentle, gentle!
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play. Play is in our DNA.
I think his attention to detail is very, very high. In the smallest things that most people won't notice, he will be all over it. He will learn everything from it, so I think that's one of his best traits.
Durka is just genuinely one of the nicest guys in the world. Even though he's a guy that has won many things, that has been right at the top of this game, and is known for being Durka, super humble, super chill, and really nice to get along with. When he gets the ball rolling, he is unstoppable. Once you just flick that confidence switch in his head, because he gets, as we would call it, an icebreaker into the game, he is able to just start picking things off, making decisions based on intuition.
And Brock now is just going to rip away, Prophet can rip away the rest of the opportunity. Dirk would have to clutch here. Chronicle's still around somewhere. He needs to come in and help out.
Oh my God! He's the best smart confidence player that I've ever seen.
This is the Totem area, and it is what the Club Championship is all about. Every single winner is etched into history, having their trophies included regardless of where the competition is being held. Whether it's Riyadh, whether it's Paris, it doesn't matter, because if you win a trophy, you get not only your name on the wall alongside a title that you've won, but your trophy included in the language of the team. And for the losers, this is what it's all about. Not only do you get your key crushed by your opponent, but it gets put in to the wall as well for everybody to see right on display as a memory of the shortcomings of the competition that teams have had here at EWC. The dream, the goal, the battle is to win and lift the Club Championship trophy. For 2 years in a row, since EWC's inception in 2024, Falcons have been able to do it. But we're in Paris now. It's a different location. There are different teams, and the competition is fiercer than ever. You lose, not only does your key stay on display on the wall, but at the end of EWC 2026, another totem will be lifted. The crushed keys put into resin at the bottom of it, and the winners putting their name down in history regardless of where EWC is being held. It's a different location, and the competition is fiercer than ever.
this one though, Kev. It's going to be very close. Oh, that is unbelievable. Also,
We are back live in the STC Arena for what will be the third and final match here in the quarterfinals between Vitality and this squad, Nongshim, who is representing APAC. They're doing it incredibly well and big time. You called it correctly. X-Ross, our player to watch on Split. Is he still your man to watch going into our final battle on Breeze?
Look, I think he'll be good, but I think this is a bigger map. It's much more open. I'm looking for those supportive players to really make the difference here. I want to see Ivy have those pop-off games. He's done it before. I'm feeling another one coming. He's fantastic here on Breeze.
And on the other side, Athena, we've got Vitality. Who you got eyes on?
Oh, that's a good question. I think Chronicle, he's been having some standout moments, but I think on a map like Breeze, I'm really expecting him to play really well on that Viper being that Senti. But honestly, I think the story here is this defense side for Nongshim. They've been so defense-sided this whole 8-4 this whole series, and they're starting once again on defense on Breeze. I'm really looking at them to be really proactive, and I think they're probably going to stick to the double duels.
I'd be shocked if they didn't. We do have the Agent Select coming in now. This is what they love to run. Double duelist with that Harbor. They're 6-2 on this composition. Their last loss was it to G2 there in that group stage. So did they figure out a blueprint? Do Vitality have an answer here?
I actually really like Vitality's comp. I really enjoy the double controller, the double initiator, just so much info across the map. Being able to delay for so long too, you're going to be able to punish a lot of those early aggressions that the double duelists will be able to do on that opposite side, as well as on their defense. When they do switch over, it's just a lot easier of a time to be more proactive on their rotation.
Can I ask about the KO on the attack here? We see the IGL Yampy running it. Why do we see the KO on his home map, Breeze?
Well, I think you get a lot of extra information, as well as there's some great cross-map knife lineups. He's going to look to disable that defensive stronghold that Nongshim will have there, especially that Viper, so might unlock that B-site a little bit more.
As Golden Boy would say, are you ready? On the mic, we got Mitch and the Ugly Boy, better known as Tom Biz.
And as D-God would say,
what the hell?
I'm absolutely ready. I'm excited for this game. He always says that. Let's get into the matchup as we see Vitality and Nongshim clash on the third map, Breeze. For Nongshim, what a map they're coming off of. Split was complete control for them. Full confidence as well. Looking at players like X-Ross still playing that Phoenix to carry that same fire through they had on the previous map, and already you can see there's going to be a big battle here in mid. They found RB, but that man is not alone. X-Ross trying to bait them in so Danby can take that kill from the side, but there's the knife landing that the desk was talking about. A bit of extra information, and they know exactly where to crunch in on. Vitality dotting their I's, crossing their T's, but losing a couple of kills for free. It's very close when Francis gets a chance like that, but now Ivy's got a 1v3.
It felt like the chance might have just faded away now that the spike can make its way to the other side, and that's going to be enough for Chronicle to close. The teammates for Vitality, everybody showing up in this pistol round. And I think an important breakback. That last map felt like they got choked out of it after what was a pretty deadly start. And then for them to come into this one and look fairly comfortable in this pistol round. Of course, you always know with Nongshim there's going to be some pressure put into the middle. Some aggression that might just disrupt a little bit.
Go.
Yeah! Instead, though, it doesn't seem like Vitality have gone anywhere. 1-0, not going to be much invested into this one by the side of Nongshim. Their plan seems to be to put pressure into mid once again, and hey, Chronicle, he might have done damage to Danby, but other than that, they're all good.
Ivy's flown under the radar for a moment, but being seen in the end. Still, they end up with a pick. Fish in a barrel on the fire through RB. Putting us down to what is now a 5v2. And what in the world? Vitality have lost what should have been a simple and easy round. And after how this started, the confidence that was there in the pistol, how clean every fight was, they didn't leave a single corner unchecked. And this time, They are destroyed.
Look at the kills that are coming through. It's like people are cheating. Like, what? 2 just straight spams through smokes, and then 2 crazy shots from Danby. One of these teams had an eco going into this round, and it's quite hard to tell which one.
What a shame that we have these observers. How could they not see those kills coming from RB? Disgraceful. That's ridiculous. The Nongshim gift. Oh, Ivy! They've only got pistols, for God's sake, with the round that they just had. And then he's hitting clean ones like that. Okay, there will be some cost to this at least. Yumpy, nice flash, and even then, X-Ross ate that flash, full blinded even after the kill. That is a crazy start for Nongshim.
Yeah, I don't know, like, I'm still recovering from round number 2. Like, just 2 blind fire shots through smoke, and then you got this to add up to. Sure, it's against low buys, but let's pretend like, even if it wasn't a low buy, he would have killed them anyway. It would have been exactly the same. He headshot everyone. Didn't even really need to in this round, but they are feeling it. Oh, I'm sure Vitality are feeling the pressure. The last hometown heroes, the French organization of Vitality, who will want to be getting as many of those club points as possible. It's not just about Valorant when it comes to them. And for Nongshim, the last representative of Pacific, they are fighting tooth and nail, and already Ivy again surviving on the site, but the trades have been there. Alert position from RB spotted, and the B site take looking stellar.
They've made it in, and the plant's being found. But they've stepped into the operator. Danby and X-Ross wasting no time to put this back even. Something attempted, and at least for the start, it's something won. Profek,
what is he
under
doing?
pressure. I'm not sure I've ever seen anyone play this game like Danby does. And Nongshim, one man stands in their way. It's Profek to carry Vitality, kicking and screaming to 2.
It really is an insane round. There's a moment where I should have said, oh, there's no way that Nongshim could win it. Then there was a moment, there's no way they could lose it. So I guess we kind of ended up balanced. I don't know if it feels that way. The 4v2 that turns into a 2v1 that turns into a guy with 2 HP hitting the last second headshot and getting rid of both Danby and X-Ross. You can see 2 very different reactions from the coaching staff. One excited, the other very much relieved.
Well, this is it. A best of 1, essentially, that comes down to whether you proceed at EWC, whether your flights home are being booked in the next hour for Nongshim. Making that last round incredibly close, winning out an eco. It's been a great start to this map, and now they've dropped Durka. Yes, he damaged RB, but Nongshim, it's not an eye for an eye. They take both.
It's been a bit of a rough start for Durka. He was lights out in the first few rounds of the last map. In map number 1, it took him some time to get going. Should be a very clear connection of the drone, but doesn't look like Danby gives it. Damn, okay, at least it was Yumpy. He will live to tell the tale. If that was anybody else, they were dead to rights even still. They looked to scurry away, maybe not. Yumpy clearly felt like he'd hard done his opponent. Gave him another bite of the cherry. Profik again. Sayonara as well. And now Danby goes running back in. Ultimate pop, but they don't even know if he's going to use it. Has the operator still in hand. The B site open for business. And a couple of high-impact ultimates available for this attack side, but caught using utility. That leaves Sayonara alone. He hasn't been having the best day so far, but damn, we know he can clutch.
Well, Profek died for this plant. He put the cove up, the protection there to keep Sayonara alive, but now there's no more help for this man. He stands alone against Danby coming from main. Danby's seen him turn the other way. The timing could be there. The reveal gives it away. Sayonara's time ticking decently in his favor. The shock dart for now to do some damage, but the defuse being stuck, and yeah, it's not going to be enough this time. Hoping that they would give him respect, that they would pull off the defuse to go and take the fight, but no. Nongshim have one goal and one goal alone. It's rounds on the board, and it's mission success.
Again, just the start from Danby.
He's ridiculous.
The timing of Francis's peak as well was unfortunate for Profek, and then, yeah, as you said, they just didn't give him anything. They forced him into a position where he'd have to fight two of them at once. Again, what looked like an opportunity for a good early start for Vitality now sees them with next to nothing to play with Durka on a hero rifle. But other than that, it's only pistols. Only.
Shot from Danby, who's surprised. He's the one to open this up. Durka down, and he's going to wall bang onto Yumpy. They put 6 feet of concrete between them, and they still can't get away from Danby in this early round. Ivy's gone pushing. It's an eco. They don't give a damn. They're flashing through the bloody wall. Nongshim playing a confident game right now as Vitality fall behind.
It genuinely does just feel like the second this team has any level of confidence, yeah, you do.
Oh, come on!
Oh, that's insanity. Things like that. We should be checking his computer. Like, genuinely, have him get up there, start having a look through the files that have been opened, because that is absolute madness.
I was losing my mind seeing that in the mini-map.
I thought maybe it was like a corner shot.
No.
All the way over into the middle of the wall.
No, he got him in the bloody tunnel. They were running for their lives, and it's still not enough. Now Ivy walks into his own pit. Usually you send someone else, because if you die, it falls, but no. They have no respect left. That would mean showing fear. What if I die? What if I die to these guys? That's what Ivy says. A 4 versus 5 seconds into the round. And of course, Nongshim are reinforcing the A site. They have a pit now to defend this B site. They've got a man advantage already. And although Ivy's used his snake bite for that extra bit of safety and security, if you go walking through that, the utility is the least of your fears. Yeah. I think the only choice is to go towards A for Vitality, and to be honest, it even looks like they're saving. I don't think they are, but they're waiting now for more aggression, because Nongshim have always pushed.
The crazy thing as well is Ivy has been full dipping Durka throughout this game so far. Yeah. Like, it doesn't seem to matter what decision Durka makes, it's the wrong decision. Like, be it holding an angle with an operator,
30 seconds left.
Trying to challenge a pit that's forming. It's irrelevant. And now they're in the right place at the right time. A missed shot. Danby clearly is human after all, but 15 seconds left and 3 players here. Yumpy trying to pad the gap, and he's done so, but there's still another player at the backside they have to deal with, and they do. That gives them a chance with the plant, but the spike has been dropped, has to be retrieved, has to be stuck. Here and now, Hunter's Fury coming through, and does he get it down? No, he does not. Francis from a distance has denied the round. A perfectly timed ultimate. And what Ivy, well, he almost had the chance to kill him off at the end. It is 5-2. They are running away with this game.
Unreal. Ending the round with a Hunter's Fury. They've got the cove and they think they're safe inside, but not even close. Could protect you from a fisherman, not the Hunter. Tracks his prey all the way to the side, and that's it there. This burst. 0.4 of a second left. And Francis steals the round away. For Vitality, it has to feel like a wave crashing against that cliff. We said it earlier, and Nongshim, since that moment, they stood tall. It would take years to erode them at this pace. A timeout needed, as this game, this series, and their life in this tournament is slipping away.
You look back to their road to the top 4 in London. They went through DRG, they went through EMEA teams, but they had 2 stumbles. One to the champion and one to the only Pacific team they faced throughout. But bear in mind, be it their first defeat in this tournament would be the one that sends them home, and it would be Pacific again. There's no doubt that Pacific has had their fair share of trophies over the last few years, but Nongshim might be looking to try and get 2 in 1 year. A much quicker start. Ultimate used immediately, looking to try and basically just flood this round with ultimates, and that's a great start.
Push out from Francis, though. He has found a gap, and that gap has given him the spike. Now, Nongshim on their way, flooding back into the site as a wave comes plowing forward. They're using that as a gap. They're going to push through it themselves and look for the fight. X-Ross is shut down, and Francis trying to spur on and defend that spike. Puts us back to even territory, but for how long? With Danby still floating around, a sliver of health is all he has. A single shot, a wall bang, enough to take him out of this round, and he would have been the last man standing. He is! But he wasn't against two with a single point of health. Danby saves the day, and for Vitality, this is a round lost in a more conventional way, but their route to this deficit, RB spans through the smoke, Danby's up through the wall. Francis saving with the ult at the last second. It's felt like so many of these rounds have been stolen from them, and this one is taken right out of their hands.
I think the more damning thing as well is that this was the round where they go, okay, let's spam our ultimates. Let's use that Reckoning. Let's use that Hunter's Fury to get us into the site.
And they got Ivy, who's been the problem. He's top fragger right now, or was.
But then they end up losing to a low HP Danby, who was almost wall banged out of the round. Even still, though, they have a little bit to play with in this one. Well, their Reaper is back from the dead. Death looking to take them down to the depths of hell. As that's where Vitality sit right now. A plant within the A site, a Viper's Pit used. You can see how much these rounds are important to them. The other ult in play is that Blade Storm, and Durka is being surrounded. He still holds on to life. Needs more, though. The rest of his teammates don't have much to play with. It's Sayonara lurking with the rifle. If he wins this fight, they have hope, and he does. That's a big kill.
Spams in the smoke have been huge for Nongshim so far. Vitality
going through it?
Just need to survive this onslaught. And Chronicle, well, hold on! X-Ross got them both! That plant is not good for this position. Sayonara, he has to run at them! And he thought the shock darts would be enough. But X-Ross, he took those bruises. His head may be bloodied, but unbowed in the end as Nongshim continue to streak these rounds together.
The unfortunate truth is if that pit had done enough decay, and by the time he got there, they were still decayed, those shock darts would have been enough. But he was on the wraparound, so by the time he gets there, all of that decay has faded away. X-Ross with another massive round for the team. And that's all the ultimates. All 5 used in the last couple of rounds for Vitality. Looking to try and pad the gap. And instead, they found themselves further and further behind. And their opponents are unrelenting in the force that they use, but this time they are punished. Another couple of kills coming up for Sayonara. He's trying his best, 10 already. But they now have to deal with the op in other hands.
That's the thing. It's not like we're looking at the Danby show here. 2 players spam the wall and Yumpy goes down. It's been the story of Vitality's game so far, but this wrap from Prophet could be everything. He's blindsided one. He doesn't know exactly where Francis is. And with RB holding the wrap around, that's the spike down. It's in the hands of Nongshim now. The position of Prophet may not matter as he moves towards the elbow, but look at the reposition from RB. This is actually disgusting. If Prophet suspects this, he's looking across the stage. He can see his opponent's screen because you would never expect RB to be there that quickly. An instant rotate. And Nongshim, they cannot seem to put a foot wrong.
The crazy thing about this round is you have 2 sides of the coin. You have this with just a prediction, and then you have this from RB, where it is just all about placement. It genuinely didn't matter if he connected every single shot in that moment because he was so well placed to deal with them that there was no way they'd have the expectation of him being there. Deflated on the Vitality side, and Nongshim well, you can see by the way they're playing, they feel unstoppable.
When I play against a team who gets 10% as lucky as this squad, I get an RR refund. This is ridiculous. Nongshim playing a game that shouldn't even be allowed. Dambi meets the first leg of this aggression, and Extros cuts off the other two. It's Nongshim again in the lead. A commanding position to play from. It seems like 9 rounds are locked in, and we're not even finished the half yet. With barely a bruise, they stand strong in the joke. They take down every single one of the Vitality players without breaking a sweat.
Oh, they look crushed, and they're getting crushed in the same form. Their key may survive for now, but it feels like it's soon to be heading to the back of the stage where the Crusher awaits. And going into the playoffs, we spoke about the amount of EMEA teams that were heading with an opportunity. Heretics, the defending title holder, fell. The hometown hero of Mates went next. BBL may be the only one left by the end of today, as Vitality have a mountain to climb, and Nongshim flying that flag of Pacific look to do it with pride. That's another opener for Dambi.
Make no mistake, it's a packed house here, but it's quiet in this arena as pick after pick after pick goes to Nongshim. A sea of red as Vitality's blood spilled on the stage. Nongshim, 10 rounds at the half. We thought that Split was a dominant display, but this is desecration.
This is, well, I think that's all you need to see. A calm, and maybe the fear in the eyes of Vitality. It seemed like no matter what they did, they were caught, and just the raw skill on display from Nongshim, moving as a pact on this defense, but they are just not missing a single shot, predicting the movement of opponents, every spam paying off. But there is no doubt that the form we saw in Santiago is back. Anyway, we're off for the halftime.
Tom mentioned there the fear in the eyes. I think we can see a little bit of fear here in Danny Engel's eyes, one of the big bosses at Team Vitality. Danny, what's going on here? Are you panicking? Yeah, you got your fans over there. Are you panicking at all?
Not quite yet. I think it's only over when it's over, right? And we have seen crazy comebacks happening, and I guess the guys can definitely make it happen. So let's believe, and let's definitely cheer loud over there.
You, more than anyone, know how important it is to get off to a strong start at the Esports World Cup. Of course, we talk a lot about each individual trophy. They all matter because collectively, every single great performance you put in across all of the titles over the 7 weeks here at Esports World Cup give you points towards the Club Championship. You came so close last year. Falcons took the title. That's why you're so nervous here, isn't it?
Absolutely, and this is only week 1, right? And I'm already super happy that the boys at least secured 200 points for now. We obviously dream of 1,000 to begin with, but it's a marathon, not a sprint. So let's take it day by day, match by match, and this is one of many, many, many Vitality matches.
When we look back at the points total that you had last year, what sort of number are you aiming for this year that you think could potentially win the thing?
Well, I guess whatever helps beating the Falcons, I guess. But honestly speaking, I think we are looking towards like 5,000 points in total, which is so much. But yeah, any point on the way helps. Every win counts for us. And yeah, I'm still hoping that we can win today.
Sure you are. Thank you very much, Danny. Let's keep moving.
Well, there was talk after Santiago that their time in the sun might be done, but Nongshim have come back in today. They might not need it. They brought their own light, and they are shining bright down on that stage for Vitality. 2 rounds in the first half. This, the last map of the series. Often we talk about that as the middle ground. This has been anything but.
Yeah, right now it looks like the Golden Hornets have met the Fly Swatter of Nongshim Red Force. And they need to try and fight back, and that's the worst start they could have had. Ivy already dropping a couple. Chronicle at least able to respond with one, but the A site is under their control, and Ivy is still just looking to hold the line. Chronicle, the man with so many trophies to his name, has given them a chance in this pistol round, and Yumpy's found one, but the response immediate, and there is no stopping the Nongshim Red Force train. A pistol round that might have just ended the game.
Buried beneath round after round, but this pistol feels like the heaviest load for Vitality. They are now trailing, not just in the map and the series, this half as well. A half that could be just a few rounds. And it certainly seems to be, if Nongshim have their way. A painful loss in the pistol round. We talk about it as a coin flip. And for Vitality, they'll know the answer next time they're asked what's the most they've lost on a coin flip, because they are close to losing everything.
We saw this at Masters London. They went out with a whimper. They started map 1 with showing their resilience after going down, but in map 2 that dissipated, and in map 3, we're yet to see them show up. It was a clutch on 2 HP that got them one of their rounds, and unless they can make this force by work, that's all they're going to have in this half. Exros patiently waiting. Him and Danby going to be in the Vitality dreams tonight, and not for good reasons. They haven't quite caught the timing to kill off these players just yet.
Well, they might be a big fish in EMEA, but it looks like Vitality are swimming with the sharks now. Nongshim pulled this rotation to the A site. They wrap back to B, the flank underway from Ivy. He's got them boxed in. Ivy has this round in his hands. He's got them in his palm, and he's closing into a fist. A three-piece for Ivy, and a death blow on a team that's already long gone.
What could Prophet hope to achieve in this round? There's no point holding on to a Stinger, but at the same time, at this rate, Ivy might have a Viper's Pit even in these last couple of rounds. 17-7, and France is there to put down Prophet. Nongshim have elevated to a different level. It turned out sometimes going back to what you know can be enough to relight that fire. And the Nongshim Red Force spice seems far too much for Vitality to handle.
And this was the most impressive part of that first half, Tom. We talked about the BS rounds, and there were some of them. There's Achilles. Oh, look at him. Look at him. Stop looking so happy, Seth. I mean, we're here. We just love to see teams do well and have fun. That's what we're here for. But it was RB with his spams through the smokes. Danby's up in the wall. Francis winning with the ult. And all the while these players were stepping up, and yes, I think, I didn't actually look at the score line in terms of the kills, but I think Danby probably has overtaken him by now. But there was a point throughout that first half where Ivy was the shining light for this squad. He's definitely putting up numbers. And in a game where everyone else is having these flashy rounds here and there, he was the consistent factor throughout them all. That's the scary thing for Vitality right now. That's why I don't believe in this comeback, even beginning, because they don't just need to beat one guy. They don't need that. Look, Ivy's 17-7. Yeah. Look at the game Danby's had. He's still trailing. I thought he must have overtaken because he'd so many early up kills, but that's how bloody good Ivy's been. So what if Danby starts missing? So what if X-Ross flashes himself? You're still gonna have to deal with Ivy and the rest of the. Oh, Jesus! Oh my God! Relax, Ivy! They're already dead!
This man has no chill. But you're right. Even if by some miracle for the Vitality fans someone went missing, there has been levels to Nongshim in this match. And Vitality, well, They need a miracle. They need multiple miracles. They need 10 miracles in a row if they're going to survive in this tournament, and it seems like their journey here in Paris has come to an end, whereas the Nongshim journey looks to be beginning. A semi-final spot, all but guaranteed, as Danby looks to finish the job he started. Sayonara, the one to fall, and a 13-2 destruction, embarrassment of Vitality sends them to the semi-finals. They may be Pacific's last hope, but they might be the best hope overall.
Well, they might not have been the majority, but by God, they sound like it now. The Nongshim fans going wild here in Paris as a quieted Vitality crowd watches their key soon to be crushed by this squad. Vitality, no doubt, are a big fish when it comes to EMEA, but they're swimming in a much bigger pond now. Nongshim, the sharks of the day, and they've eaten well.
I wouldn't want to face this team now. It seemed like the second they made those switches back, put Danby back on the Neon once again, have Exros onto that Phoenix, it really just feels like everything clicks for this roster. And the second they smell weakness, the second they sense that you are afraid, you've already lost. Like, you could see it the moment it clicked in their brain. Aggressive pushes, dominant rounds, and even when you think that maybe you've quelled them even for a second, they're right back behind you once again. It truly was an insane performance on that third map. And well, I truly believe that they may be the favorites at this point onwards if they keep up that level of form.
Well, the Nongshim dish most certainly was too spicy for Vitality this time around. Let's send this over to the stage and get the key crushing underway.
Indeed, the last hope of Korea is still standing strong. Exros to KO, congratulations for this victory, of course. And it seems like you guys are in phase. Nothing can get into your head. Even though the crowd was massively for Vitality today, you guys managed to win. So how are you handling this, you know, having the pressure and the public against you?
일단 엑스로 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 정말 누구도 지금 멈출 수 없는 기세인 것 같습니다. 정말 바이탈리티라는 강적을 꺾고 또 홈 관중들을 뚫으면서 이렇게 승리하게 되셨는데 승리한 소감이 좀 어떠시고, 그리고 이 관중들 뚫고 이기신 좀 원동력이 어떤지 궁금합니다.
모두가 평가하기로는 이제 바이탈리티를 슈퍼팀이라고 하는데 슈퍼팀인가 싶긴 하지만 슈퍼팀을 좀 꺾어가지고 기분이 좋고 다음 경기 잘 준비하도록 하겠습니다.
Yeah, I feel so good to beat the so-called super team here. Honestly, I had my doubts, but yeah, I feel so great to beat the super team here.
I just want to give a big thank you to Maddox as well, our incredible translator. It's always good to have him here, Maddox. And listen, you said that super team. You're so proud of what you've achieved here. You showed such incredible maturity for such a young roster. How proud are you of the resilience you've shown so far in the tournament?
사실 로스터가 나이가 굉장히 어림에도 불구하고 좀 멘탈적으로 굉장히 좀 단단하고 되게 성숙한 모습을 좀 많이 보여주시는 것 같은데, 좀 그런 점은 좀 어떻게 만들어진 것 같은가요?
이제 2024년 어센션 때 이제 엄청나게 힘든 큰 고비를 넘겼다 보니까 이제 이런 세계 대회쯤은 이제 좀 견딜만한 것 같습니다. 이제.
Yeah, honestly, getting through my first ascension in 2024 made me resilient. So yeah, this international land, piece of cake.
Congrats.
Amazing. And last but not least, a lot of people have been calling you a one-trick Neon team, yet the agent was nerfed since then, and you guys still managed to be winning. So what makes you guys an insane team, and what do you want to say to the doubters?
이제 농심이 뭐 네온 원툴이다 뭐 이런 정말 여러 가지 목소리가 많았는데, 사실 네온이 너프 당했음에도 불구하고 계속해서 또 네온을 통해서 좋은 모습 보여주시잖아요. 그런 또 팀워크와 팀합, 그리고 이런 좋은 경기력에는 좀 어떤 것이 있을지, 그리고 아직까지 농심을 의심하는 사람들에게 좀 어떤 말을 해줄 수 있을지 궁금합니다.
네온 원툴 팀이라고 하긴 하지만 상대 팀에는 이제 담비가 없잖아요. 그래가지고 아마 그 차이인 것 같습니다.
Well, you know, you said Niren's nerf, Niren's bad, but you don't have Dambi in our team. I mean, you don't have Dambi in your team, you know? Yeah, that's the difference.
Can I just say, we've got so many languages on this stage. Just little bit of French, just to say what we've heard here.
So to sum up this interview, donc pour résumer un petit peu l'interview, on lui a d'abord demandé comment ils avaient géré le public, parce que c'est vrai qu'il y avait beaucoup plus de gens qui criaient pour Vitality. Il a dit je suis trop content d'arriver ici en France et d'arriver à battre votre fameuse super team Vitality derrière. On a développé de la résilience depuis 2024, des loses et des défaites, c'est ça qui fait qu'on devient derrière un grand joueur. Et enfin, on nous appelle les One Trick Neon, etc. Le perso s'est fait nerf, mais tout simplement parce que vous n'avez pas la chance d'avoir Dambi dans votre équipe et c'est ça qui fait la différence.
Well, as you can see behind us, it is being revealed once again, the key crusher for the first time on this play day. It's time to destroy another key.
Are you ready? Let's go.
갑시다.
Kapshida, let's go. So the second key, the second French key is gonna get broken here by the Nongshim Red first player X-Ross. Here in Paris, you're gonna have to press exactly just this, and we're gonna have to witness the Vitality key getting crushed here in their home in Paris by the Korean squad. Waving goodbye. As you're gonna see, congratulations, we're gonna head back to the stage. And I'm gonna get your first impressions. How does it feel in Paris to break the key of a French organization?
이렇게 마지막 남은 프랑스 팀의 키를 부셨습니다. 지금 기분이 어떠십니까?
이제 프랑스 팀이 다 탈락했으니까 이제 모두가 이제 저희를 응원해 주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
Yeah, well, the last French team is gone, but that being said, we were the conquerors, so I hope you guys cheer for us in our journey to championship.
I think you gained the heart of many French supporters. Thank you very much. Congratulations again. Kamsahamnida. Thank you so much. And stay with us because we're going to head next to 100 Thieves versus MIBR. See you there.
Thank you very much, Lou, as we put a cap on this one. 13-2 dominance. Only one person in this venue saw it coming. His name is Ivy. Big time. You actually kind of had an inkling this might happen, though. So talk to me about the player. You called him to pop off. He did it all.
He's so good on this map. He's so good on the Viper. He's so good in those big game moments, and especially on this defender side of Breeze. Ivy took over the game. This was pure domination from Nongshim Red Force.
Athena, what's so impressive, too, is if you've been following this man on Twitter, as you should, he mentioned he's been to the hospital. He threw up after game 2 of the G2 match, and he is still playing on the stage now, moving on to the Final Four.
Really insane to have that kind of fortitude, that mental perseverance, to be able to deal with that, be sick and be able to continue to play. Absolutely insane. I mean, we could not tell that he was sick. He just did such a good job.
Pacific has a squad into the Final Four. They will be playing tomorrow. Big time. You and Seth have been all smiles all day.
Yeah, I know.
Why are you so proud of this squad? Is this what you saw from them back in Santiago?
Absolutely. It's looking like that form is returning. You know, they said this was an EMEA tournament. There was 4 of them through.
Right.
How many of them have left? 1 is all we need, baby. Nongshim. I think they're going to go the distance. I really think they have the legs. I'm loving the return to form that we're seeing. It's been a roller coaster year, but here at EWC, I really feel like they're recapturing that magic.
On the other side, of course, we say goodbye to Yampy and Vitality. The second time they go out top 8, this time with about $30,000 more. But Athena, you know Vitality's got to be a little bit bummed here that they didn't get further.
Oh yeah, they've constantly been in that second place curse, second to Team Heretics, and now both of them are gone, which is insane. They're definitely going to be bummed, I think, especially because they're considered somewhat of an EMEA super team. But of course, I mean, you're looking at these stats here from Ivy, 370 ACS on Breeze.
That's not normal.
How do you deal with that?
It's not normal.
I hit 44% of my headshots as well. Big time as we look forward. Nongshim, in your power rankings, where are they at amongst the other 3 teams that have made it in?
I mean, they've skyrocketed. Don't get me wrong, there's good teams in that lower bracket. BBL, NRG, very, very good. They know how to play the game. But do they have that magic? Do they have that spark? Do they have Dambi? Do they have Ivy? No, they don't. They're right up at the top for me now.
Athena, 3 matches done. We've sent 3 teams packing. What do our fans have in store for them on the other side of this break?
Oh boy, we got 100 Thieves versus MIBR, an All-Americas matchup, but don't let that fool you because both these teams, they're so explosive and they really have something to prove because again, this is their first global stage with both of these rosters. So a lot to prove, but also a lot to kind of make sure they can prove to these specific French fans.
And a lot of games to keep track of. If you're just joining us here at EWC, we have an amazing club championship featuring all of your favorite clubs from around the world. And Ginny is live with an update from the Alliance Vault from Fatal Fury. Ginny, what's going on?
Alliance Vault, where we have some Fatal Fury going on, and you're going to give us a bit of an update in terms of who's doing well, what's the club championship situation looking like right now?
Yeah, so we've had a massive overperformance today. Nai Wang's come out swinging for Weibo. They've got their first points on the board in the club championship, so they've guaranteed themselves 200 already just from getting through to tomorrow and guaranteeing themselves that 5th to 8th spot. And the same thing's just happened for Reject as well. Lagia doing really well and beating some of the favorites to get to that position.
I'm going to have to ask you about the heavy hitters from last year, 2025 EWC. We got Falcons, Vitality, Liquid. Any of those teams performing here and performing well at that?
Well, I'm glad you did ask, because Falcons came with 5 people to
Wow,
Fatal Fury.
okay.
Obviously had to decide one person who wasn't going to contribute the points because 4's the max, but only 2 of them remain, and one of them's in the lower bracket now, and one of them's still got to play. The favourite was a Falcon as well. He was knocked out yesterday. And then we've just had the news as well that the reigning champion is leaving the competition.
Oh.
Decided against it.
All right, that's it feels like the cards are stacked against Falcons for this stage at least. Vitality, however, are they performing well? Is that a question mark?
Yeah, they brought 3 people, 2 people remain, but one of them kind of underperforming today, losing to someone he probably should have got some wins against, and yeah, they're just not having the best time. So the top dogs from the last 2 years, not having a good time in Fatal Fury.
Oh, looks like it could potentially be shaking things up here for the club championship point. Thank you so much for that insight, and we're done over here. Back to you.
Esports World Cup.
What's up, everyone? Great teams have great synergy, and so joining me today are Asuna and Cryo. They're going to show off their synergy with some sprays to different situations that we present. You ready?
Ready? Yes, ready.
All right, hopefully you get the most points at the end. When your teammate overslept and you have to wait for him to start scrimming.
Lock in, P, lock in. Let me see. There's some funny ones. There's a couple options. Yeah, there's a couple options. All right, I'm ready.
All right, show the camera. 3, 2, 1. Look.
You know what's funny? I didn't even know I had that one until the end. That was good.
When you are that teammate that overslept, which spray would you use?
I think this one. Depends on your mood, no? All right, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, no, I knew that was like chill vibes. It's chill vibes, yeah. For some people, it's not that big of a deal.
When the team loses every scrim block of the day.
I have one that's just really stands out.
3, 2, 1.
Show the camera
and look.
I was gonna do that one. That was one of my 2. Yeah.
When you win a 1v4 clutch and clutch it out.
Oh, I mean, it's gotta be this.
All right, show camera. Go ahead.
No,
you had it, man.
I had it.
You had it.
You said that comment.
That Sean uses that one.
Yeah, someone on our team uses this one, so I've seen it after a clutch. I swear.
Describe your IGL.
Are you ready?
Yeah, I can be real funny with this.
No, we gotta get a point. There's a good one.
All right.
Yeah. We gotta give him.
We're on the board.
We're on the board.
When you found out that Neon is nerfed.
I like fun.
Okay. I think you picked a funny one. All right, let's go.
All right. Show the camera.
Yeah. 3, 2, 1. Look. It's just like the first one.
Man, this is hard.
When Sage resurrects you directly in line of sight of multiple opponents.
I'm ready. Please tell me. We can get this one. This is a gimme. There's only one option. There it is. Ooh. Thank the Lord. 2 points, hey, baby.
Your coach calls a timeout after you get an ace.
Think. 3, 2, 1. You're not giving him the genius emoji for calling a timeout?
It's like the chill.
Yeah, but like he's a genius for calling it.
When someone asks you how many hours you've played Valorant,
It's a solid one.
yeah, solid one.
All right. I'm showing. Bang.
Bang!
Yeah, I knew we were good. I knew we were
Solid
good
one,
for that
solid
one. Not bad, not bad.
Your teammate farts in the middle of the scrim in your practice room.
All right, I'm gonna go with this one.
Yeah, I'm ready.
I'm ready.
A teammate asks you to borrow money.
Show camera. 3, 2. Nice, man. Not bad.
I knew you'd pick that one. You win EWC. Which one would you use?
I mean, there's only one realistic answer.
3, 2, 1. You guys tried to read each other.
I'm trying to read you.
That was good, no?
That was a game?
Yeah.
You guys played?
That was a game.
Got a couple.
Yeah, we got more than probably you expected.
All right, there you have it. All right. Thanks, guys.
We are here at the Alliance Courtyard. Obviously, there's a ton of action happening inside the server, but here at EWC, you have the opportunity to take the competition outside the server offline. Excuse me. As here in France, we have two of the best athletes in the world in basketball and football, and what better way to meet other friends than through competition and sport. Back to you guys. Inside the server, but here at EWC, you have the opportunity to take the competition outside the server offline. Excuse me. As here in France, the best athletes in the world in basketball and football, and what better way to meet other friends than through competition and
I remember watching Pokimane and trying to get a drop, and I was like super excited to get it, and I was just grinding the game with my brother.
I started like really playing the game when I was like 14. Then by like 15, I realized that there is some potential here that could be done in this game.
I started winning some tournaments, like local lands, and at some point I was like, maybe I could like go far.
I think he brings a lot to the team, his communication, his flexibility on the duelist role.
He's funny, making jokes, and at the same time he's like very serious and hardworking.
So Sayonara was someone that was really well known to basically everybody in the scene. He was playing in the Tier 2 leagues. He was looking fantastic statistically.
When I started playing, it was quite exciting. I was happy that I could be making a career out of the game.
There is no one that is able to bring all of those player skill sets along with the flexibility in his agent pool and still be able to deliver at the same level he does when he's at his best.
I said my family, I'm gonna be pro player, and they said ignore it, go school, but I said just trust me, and I trust myself too. And when I signed the contract, I proud myself too much.
He gives us energy, he gives us his aim, he gives us his brain. Like, everyone thinks he can only shoot, but he can do everything. Like, he can play every character, he can play every role. Like, he's a joker in our team.
It feels like people believe in me for a reason, because they know I'm good. So I take it as a compliment each time and try to prove to everyone that I am that guy and I can play as good as I can.
He's kind of like playing a lot, learning a lot, and kind of like trying to share it too.
He's not a player who wants absolutely to be micromanaged, for coaches to be involved in everything. He's very confident in what he has, in the things that he's done previously, and we just need to make sure that we're there and available to do everything we possibly can for him.
You're looking at all these rookies that are coming to Tier 1, and they just look like the best players on the planet.
The young generation can take a bit more strategic approach to the game while still having fun and running around.
I'm so unbelievably excited to play on the biggest stage, especially here in Paris. I just can't wait. Here in Paris, I just can't wait.
Welcome back, one and all, as we see our players arriving here at the STC Arena, getting ready for another round of action at EWC 2026. What's on the line this time? Well, a spot in the Final Four and a familiar foe on the other side of the stage. MIBR was able to power through groups. They've made it here today. Can they pull off an upset? That is the question in the crowd. We welcome everyone into the arena. I'm your host, Chris Puckett, alongside the lovely ladies. We got Athena and Kakuka. And Kakuka, I want to start with you.
It's because I wasn't here throughout, saying goodbye to Vitality.
Yeah. You want to say goodbye right now?
I will say goodbye, and I would love to say great job, but honestly, that last map,
it wasn't good.
we will be having a conversation
At
about
least
that.
it's a short VOD study, right?
Yes, the last map. The other two, I can understand a couple of things split, but the last map, something else. Luckily, as we're saying, we need to have the teams that we got for playoffs. We already said goodbye to 3. No more French orgs here in Paris, but of course, one of the Americas teams will make it through today.
So that's one America's team already through. Another one about to be through. We have 2, and you have how many?
Listen, Athena, listen, let's keep this up. Yeah, honestly, I'm down for this. I'm down for this. You know what? It's not been good, but I'm ready to take the punches.
America
See you in the final.
is somehow overperforming, according to our EMEA experts. But Athena, you saw this coming. Talk to me a little bit about the squads we're about to see. How has the road been for MIBR and, of course, 100 Thieves?
Oh, for both these teams, it's been a rocky road. They've both been struggling a little bit, actually, back in Americas. They've both been kind of cursed with that 4th or 5th place seed, and neither of them have made a qualification to a global event at all this year. Both these rosters, they're very well built. One of them considered a super team on the side of MIBR, but for 100 Thieves, you can see it here. 5th in America's kickoff. Did not make Santiago. Did not make London. They've just been struggling. But of course, that America's qualifier win for EWC, that's how they
And Kakuka, they were the first team into the playoff bracket. 100 Thieves out of Group A was steamrolling.
Absolutely, and they were one of the bigger surprises because the rest of the teams in Americas were struggling a lot. But it was not the story for 100 Thieves. And it's crazy to think that they're going to go up against a roster that had everything, or was supposed to be everything that Vitality was to be in EMEA, a super team. But if you think about the individuals here in 100 Thieves, there's a lot of progression, there's a lot of history, and there is a lot of hunger. We've been hearing from Timotino, I want to see more of Vora as the IGL. Of course, the coaching staff being from EMEA is always going to help you. But pound for pound, 2 great Titans coming up here today. I know that the past, we've talked about these names and kind of been a little bit of letdowns, but there's always time for redemption in Valorant, and it's something that we have to appreciate about this season.
On the other side of this Valorant battle, we have MIBR, and you were saying that they may have the highest paid player. Aspas has been dominant. He was a huge factor on Loud.
I think they have the 2 highest.
As soon as they got a chance, they signed this guy to a long-term deal, and as you mentioned, Zekin alongside him. So tell me about this roster. It looks like MIBR for 2026 is out for blood. They're also out for an EWC trophy.
I mean, this is essentially a super team, right? You have Aspas, you have Zekin, 2 of the best duelists in America's period. That's overall throughout their globals, everything that they've played, as well as just in the region. And then you're looking at players like Tex, who's just been phenomenal as that Senti, Mazzino, who's also been really good when he was previously on that crew roster, and then of course the IGL. Verno, he's been doing such a good job. He's been so aggressive as well with his playstyle. As an IGL, he's been top fragging. I think he has some of the highest ACS when it comes to this stage, but
you need to ask Deegan about that. Deegan is keeping track of the ACS. We gave him that task. So
very good at it. We see, of course, 1st and 2nd in the qualifier, but as you mentioned, you've missed out on both global competitions. So is this a win already for MIBR to get into the top 8?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No. To me, when I first heard of this roster, I was like, they're going to dominate the region, and they should have. And I know that there's many others, very big names in Americas and very good teams that have been having a great performance. But you want to think that if the talent is that raw, you can just put it together and make it work. Especially when you're talking about some players that have already played together. This was a roster made to win. So making it to here, I'd say bare minimum.
Made to win. Paid to win. Can they pull it off? Athena, you've watched more teams from Americas than anyone else in the green room, so give me kind of the lowdown. Historically, Who has the deeper map pool? Who would you give the edge to when it comes to the picks and bans, especially knowing that as we get to the grand finals, this is going to be some long series?
Personally, I'm going to say 100 Thieves for that one. They've had a really good map pool so far. I think they've only not played Sunset, I think, so far this tournament. They've been really good, and the thing for me for 100 Thieves that solidifies this idea is their comps are so creative. They're actually one of the first teams to start playing Sage when it came to Americas. They introduced that to Americas, so it's good to see them playing, and I think their creativity is what really pulls them over the edge for me.
One final best of 3 here in our quarterfinals. We're about to kick this one off, but first we got to find out where we're going to play.
100 Thieves, higher seed. So you guys choose Team A or Team B?
Team B.
Team B. So 100 Thieves, Team B. Yeah.
Team B.
Iberlos, Team A. So you guys started Vito?
We ban Sunset.
Ban Sunset.
Ban Lotus.
Lotus banned by 100 Thieves.
We pick Fracture.
Fracture pick.
Attack on Fracture.
Attack.
Pick Breeze.
Breeze pick, second map.
Attack on Breeze.
Attack on Breeze, okay.
And we ban Split.
Split ban.
Ban Ascent.
Ascent ban, so the decider will be Heaven.
We'll go Attack.
Attack? Okay, Attack on Heaven. Thank you guys.
Right.
Fracture Breeze.
Best of luck.
Good luck. Good luck.
Good luck.
Shout out to the gamers who know the one in the white hoodie. He goes by the name of Fraud, one of the original esports goats, now playing with MIBR. Let's take a look here at where we are going. Fracture, Breeze, and Haven will be our 3 maps. Do we get to a map 3?
Hopefully, yes. Yeah,
We've been
every
to a
single
map
match
through
that
every
we've
time.
had here in playoffs has gone to the 3rd map. This people cannot be any different.
Yeah, I feel like when I'm looking at these maps, Fracture is a really big question mark because both these teams have played it, but it's so 50-50 right now for me. It's just essentially who's having a better day, who's shooting back in the server, and that's what I think when I'm looking at that Fracture.
It's a little bit of a curveball, right? Because it's a map that is going out of the map pool after this tournament and into VCT. Definitely, you're trying to surprise your opponent because, as Athena is saying, it's not like, oh, this team is incredibly good on Fracture. They for sure will have the edge over the other. No, I think that when you come into, as we're saying, a competition that is so different, like the one here in EWC, you gotta get all your guns out, and sometimes go to somewhere that your opponent is not going to expect. But you know, I want to feel like when they were doing the map veto, I looked at Doombers, I looked at Eric, and he got like a smirk when they picked the Fracture, and MBS, oh yeah, and we picked Breeze, and they were like, okay, are you expecting this? Okay, fine.
That's their little plan right there.
Not upset with it. Can I ask about why the teams are choosing to play attack on both sides? So your opponent chooses the map, you get to choose attack or defend.
Not every team.
Why do you want to be attacking?
Dude, for a map like Fracture, you set the tone. The tempo on that map is super important. When you start out really fast, you force the other team to play at your speed. And I think on a map like Fracture, it's super important because that map in general can be played extremely fast when you want it to be. And you just pull a lot of those rotations. Make sure the defenders are kind of scared, shaking in their boots a little bit.
I think that there could be many reasons for like choosing a side on a map. You can choose to start on your weaker side because you feel like today you need a little bit more of a warm-up against your opponent because you expect changes in their composition. Whatever is easier for you to react to and think about the long term. Everybody knows that Valorant is decided in the second half. Of course, the first half has the same weight technically in the rounds, but when you get to that second half, you need to have the momentum, you need to have the mental, you need to understand the game plan of your opponent, and that will push you to the win.
Well, it is time to check in on your predictions. You and Degon went through these yesterday. Let's see how you performed. You hated Degon's pick earlier. How are we feeling about it now, Athena? You got 100 points, 200 points here for the
Just
nomination
so
win.
you know, Kakuka,
Yeah, I wasn't here. I'm like confused.
2-1 for Vitality, but we came back and Degon had selected 2-0 for Nongshim.
Yo, he
He
knows
actually
game.
gaslit us.
Kakuka, we've got a 53 to 47 decider, though. The fans are going with 100 Thieves. Are you feeling the MIBR selection from Degon?
I kind of have to go with 100 Thieves because they have Eric and they have MBS, so it's technically MEA. So yeah, I'm gonna go with 100 Thieves.
She's riding with 100 Thieves, so am I. It's time to get to the stage. Let's get this one going.
They had an amazing French crowd, and we also had Champs Paris. And I know they're very active on Twitter. I see a lot of French fans, so I hope I get to see that kind of energy on stage.
They were a really good crowd. Like, they were very animated. They were having fun. They were excited. I was having a lot of fun as well, and it was very cool. I'm very confident. I'm always confident in myself. I think confidence is something very important in this game, and if you are not confident, you're probably not going to play well. So I'm very confident in myself.
We've just been keeping things the same, practicing, making sure we're taking every day seriously. We were able to practice for a week before the event, and now we were not jet lagged, nothing, and we were feeling really good.
I think there's no easy match in Valorant. How the games are played, and I think it's gonna be a tough game as always. I'm excited for it. I like tough games.
Yeah, I think it'll be pretty hard to face MIBR. You know, last time we played them, it was back and forth affair, and fortunately I had a really good game, so feeling very confident going into the match and hoping to replicate what I did a couple months ago, and yeah, just hope things go our way.
Good luck, guys. It's gonna be a fun game, and it's gonna be a rematch.
You're not gonna get your revenge.
For a neutral Valorant fan, this has been an incredible start here at the STC Arena at the Esports World Cup. But for the fans here in the building, not so much. Out of the 3 keys that we have seen crushed so far, 2 of them, were French.
Again, he's ruining the mood. Indeed, en effet, 2 des 3 clés qui ont déjà été cassées sur Valorant sont françaises, vous le savez. Team Vitality, Gentlemates are not part of the game anymore, but there's plenty more teams still looking for that trophy, especially, you know, that last quarterfinal. How is it sounding to you?
It's going to be a banger. I've got a good feeling about this. Our final quarterfinal, our first team looking to steal the show, and eventually this trophy. Please welcome onto the stage, 100 Thieves!
Ils arrivent fiers, les 100 brigands, les 100 voleurs, venus pour prendre les joyaux de la couronne, ou en tout cas, casser toutes les clés. Ce sont les 100 Thieves.
They've got the brand, they've got the names, and now they need a big statement win.
Made in Brazil is in their DNA. M-I-B-R!
A nice reaction here from the local fans. We all know that MIBR can create something big instantly. They survived the group, now they arrive in the bracket with danger written all over them.
S'il y a bien un pays qui est aussi passionné que la France en FPS, c'est le Brésil. Ian, team seems ready.
Oui, oui, c'est parti!
That was lovely.
As our players get ready to take their seats, we got to discuss a little bit about what we expect to see them playing on. We welcome Athena and Kakuka back to our studio. Kakuka, this is another battle between 100 Thieves and MIBR. We've seen this in the past, but Fracture is our opening map. What agents could succeed on this level?
I mean, a question I think goes around the controllers. What type of choices are we going to see? Are we going to see a repetition of the last time that these teams played this? Double duelists, we see Harbor, we see Neons, we see things that we're very used to see in many other maps. I will say that me coming from EMEA, seeing Harbor here would be an absolute crazy thing. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to it because I was just thinking, I was looking at Athena, the teams were coming out, and I was thinking every single team that has won on this stage was the second seed, weren't they? So
that's true.
Is 100 Thieves about to lose now? Am I in the wrong if I back them? Because it's like there's Aspas and Zekin on the other side. Am I stupid, Athena?
No, you're not stupid at all. The last time these teams faced off, 100 Thieves actually won that 2-0, and so I'm really looking at them to just keep that regional matchup going. And going into this map of Fracture, I'm really excited to see both these teams, what they pull out, because Double Duelist seems to be the name of the game here. We've seen it so often, but knowing 100 Thieves, they like to cook up some crazy stuff.
100 Thieves getting ready. You can see the focus on their faces. On the other side, MIBR has been a threat. They have always been here since the start of the tournament. The top squads have been afraid. Should 100 Thieves be nervous at all knowing this map?
Honestly, I think this is the best case scenario for both these teams. Having to play in America's regional matchup to advance to semifinals. I mean, that's a team that you've played against so many times during that VCT America's Stage 1. It's also someone that you know their tendencies, you know how they play. You've experienced it, so the nerves are definitely a lot lower. And I think also when the crowd is just cheering equally for both of them, it works out really well.
Well, the MIBR crowd,
I didn't want to say
they got some kind of aura, you know? Like, I've met some of them. They're actually nice people. I will say that about them. Athena, I am also thinking about something that we've been seeing all throughout the tournament. I'm thinking about the duelists, the Neons more specifically, especially after we just saw Dambi and the masterclass. Timotino versus Zekin is something that we expect definitely for this first map. Who do you think has the slight edge just on the Neon?
I think Zekin definitely does. Zekin, he's been absolutely phenomenal on that Neon. His ability to use that movement, use the utility, and get those opening frags has been really good. Timotino, he's known for his movement in Americas. When Waylay was still really up there, when Neon was first introduced, everything that he did looked really seamless. But for me, when I'm looking specifically at those opening frags and playmaking times, it's always Zekin that pulls my focus towards him.
It's time to find out what they're going to be locking in. Our agent select moments away. Kakuka,
yes.
What do we see, and is there going to be an edge either way?
And now you need to explain it to me.
Is this a real brimstone?
You need to explain this to me because I read Fracture, and then you could have Viper, but you like I see the value of the Harbor.
You want to see something crazy? You want to hear something crazy? I was gonna be like, no, there's no way. We haven't played Harbor in such a long time on this map. You know, it was a phase that we went through.
I see in the future.
When you look at 100 Thieves, though, they make this stuff work. They are the ones that introduced Sage to Americas. They're the ones who keep bringing this Harbor out in so many different maps. But for me, what I'm really looking at is the Phoenix. Asuna on that Phoenix. He switched off that Raze. I thought Bora and Asuna had really good understanding playing together with the C's and the nades.
It makes a lot of sense, right? You have the flashes, you have extra walls from both the Phoenix, from the Harbor, from the Neon. There's so many possible combos. Also with Bora, this is the smirk that Doombras had on his face. He knew exactly that there was something ready and cooked up for this.
That's why he was laughing. And on the other side with MIBR, they're keeping that same comp, actually changing up Zekin onto the Raze, and Aspas is on the Jet. I think this makes a lot of sense.
Vintage,
Aspas,
isn't it?
Yep, definitely vintage. Aspas, he's had such a good run on that Jet, using the operator so many times to set himself up for success. It's where we've seen him drive, whereas when he's on that Neon, he hasn't really been that successful.
And even today, we have seen how successful you can be just with that operator, how annoying Dambi was, and how bad of a job Vitality did at dealing with it. 100 Thieves has to be different if they want to win, because it is Aspas.
Yeah, this team, creative for a reason, shutting down Aspas and Zekin, the two GOATs and duelists coming from Americas.
Players are in the lobby. Casters are at the desk. It is time to begin game one in our best of three. Who's moving on to the semifinals? We find out with Achilles and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much, Puckett. Yes, here we go. The last quarterfinal of EWC. That single elimination still staring both of these teams in the face. Lose here, the run comes to an end. We will have an America's team moving forward, guaranteed, obviously. Which one will it be? That is up for them to decide as we get into the action.
Yeah, really interesting here that both teams making a little bit of adjustments as they go into this map. Maybe there was going to be a little bit more contact there, but Tex holding just a little bit further back, right in that fast lane, looking for a kill, gets one, can't find another. Timotino's got him down.
Yeah, will just be a tiny little bit of damage there onto Asuna. Could heal that up, and a footstep to be made. Ospas, however, on that swing, dealt with. Molly now, top of the rope, drifts across that one. Looking for the timing here, spots out two players. Curveball turned from, but Verno still dead as Asuna. Oh, he said in the video that he had a good game last time he played MIBR, and he is off to the races already.
Well, he wasn't kidding. I mean, he was plus 13 on the Rays last time. Now he's on the Phoenix, and he's looking just as comfortable. This is really nice work. Heard those footsteps, gets him prepared, does a little peek over, uses the molly to heal himself, goes for the flash, isolates the players one by one. That is really well handled by Asuna. 100 Thieves here, looking to continue to shut MIBR out, as they did in their last series, 2-0, when they formerly faced off. And it was the same two maps, but different looks here on practice.
Do you realize what you just did?
No. Look,
we're not on camera.
Yeah, but Athena and Kukuka started it.
Yeah, you started it. You just
No, they started it.
Okay, they started it. You just did a 6-7, and now we have a tech pause.
That's their fault.
This is what happens when old men try to do young people things. The universe breaks.
Oh, I've got a few bangers in the chamber if you want.
No, I don't. I don't want them at all. I would like, unless they resume the game quickly.
Oh, yeah.
In which case, let's let health break loose. But should hopefully be a quick one here. Seems to be on the flagged on the 100 Thieves side, so ultimately shouldn't be too concerning. So hopefully just one of those things. Okay, unplug the mouse, put it back in, make sure that everything's good.
Yeah, man. The old IT specialist. You tried unplugging it and replugging it.
It's gotta get the power cycle going.
Yeah, the easiest tricks in the book. But I mean, looking to today, I think this is really interesting, and I personally like the changes that 100 Thieves made more coming into today than I do the changes that MIBR made. And, you know, having Ospas on chat is always a threat, no matter what you're doing, so I totally get it. And from that angle, of course, like, he's always like want to just take over a game. It can definitely happen. But I think from like a bigger picture, if I saw these two teams and I didn't know who was playing what agents, I would like 100 Thieves' comp more out here on Fracture because of the Neon and the Harbor. I find to be really interesting and could be one of those kind of pocket picks that throws you off as an opponent that you didn't really prep for, that you don't have a lot of experience against, a lot of scrim time against. So it could be one of those things where you're not used to where can you position yourself outside of those high tides to A, be safe, and B, you know, have quick re-clears, quick, you know, ability to retake things like that that are going to be really important. And, you know, are you going to understand the timings of what your opponents are doing behind those high tides and that kind of stuff. So that's where I'm a bit worried here for MIBR.
There's a lot to try to assess on the fly. But, I mean, I look at it, I'm like, yeah, this screams Doom Bros.
For sure.
This time all the way back. Back over in EMEA. Kukuka's still trying to claim him and claim the team.
They're still trying to claim NBS, too. Tom was doing that earlier backstage.
They're getting desperate at this point.
They really are.
Teams are starting to run thin from EMEA here at the tournament.
They keep thinking
forward into the playoffs and only one remaining.
Exactly. They keep thinking that because they do well in the group stages that, you know, yeah. Surely our region is back.
Who's that guy?
I don't know. Another bald guy?
Yeah. Looks a bit like you.
Yeah, he does a bit. That's me and...
He looks like he's more well off. In better health.
I would hope so.
That should just be a couple minutes before we get back into the action.
Do you think he'll sell Sentinels to me? Best I can do is 350.
350. Oh no, tree fitted.
350.
you're gonna do it, you gotta do it right. But no, I don't think so. He seems somewhat passionate about the organization, as it turns out. So I think he's gonna be holding on to that one, but maybe, you know, maybe down the line, if Rob decides to retire, pass it over.
Yeah.
Sen must be owned by a Bolt
That's
man.
correct, yes. I will accept that. My first order of duty, fire Ewok.
Oh, there you go.
He's got to get back on the Pacific broadcast.
There, perfect.
Yep.
Well, players taking a little bit of a rest here, but the seats getting back into the upright position as we get the ready checks through. So we should be underway here in just a brief little moment. But I mean, Des was kind of talking about it a little bit. The entries here from the players, a bit more on the MIBR side. And I think that is somewhat to be expected. 100 Thieves, their first time on a stage here in Paris, whereas I heard this team right here, just in Champs, not too long ago. And of course, when you have Aspas on your squad, you're gonna have some fans worldwide.
For sure. I mean, when it comes to experience internationally and representation internationally, MIBR is definitely going to have the advantage there. No doubt about it. But, I mean, you know, you've got plenty of veteran players on 100 Thieves as well. Asuna, Cryo, Bang have been around for quite some time.
Oh, yeah.
So, you know, they're kind of been there, done that too. And, you know, the younger players, Mora and Timatino, they're fired up.
3 named. They were back over at Champs Istanbul as well. Not all clustered together, but 100 Thieves the next set. They have that experience, so looks like it's going to be a 4-player push out towards this north side. Camera is still situated as Cryo is going to be lingering in towards A. And as he doesn't see any opposition, he might end up calling 100 Thieves back into that site.
Yeah, I think
Quick Crunch is going to be potentially here for, you know, either way they kind of split it, but it seems like MIBR starting to think that this is going to be leaning on that B side, but now getting the bad news is there's no scale for it to be. Cryo, though, intercepting, looking to try to find this kill. The counter swing's going to be coming in, though, and Mazzino will be able to take him down. It's still a good amount of damage dealt, but Mazzino has the heal. His Tex is interesting, quite literally at 1 HP. Plan to come in. Mazzino on taking point, is rushing forward. Tex will fall. Verno going to be gone as Timatino collects 2 of that Marshall. Look for a little bit more as stun goes through. Aspas and Zekin going to be cleaned up. And it's damn near flawless. 100 Thieves start things off 2-0.
Yeah, but you really have to like the ideas here from the 100 Thieves in terms of, you know, gathering info, using that well, using it to make those safer rotations, funneling the orbs, passing the spike over to the Phoenix, using that to get the run it back online for this bonus. This is going to be a very potent bonus that MIBR Los is going to have to face. They're not going to have any ults in cycle, most likely. Something really strange happens with Mazzino, but with Asuna already having run it back in play and the Phantom to back it up, it's a very scary round. Keta confirmed there for Mazzino. Aspas and Zekin have to deal with this, and they do.
Quick touch from that, another spot out. Mazzino will spray, and Brady gets rewarded with a second. Asuna dead as well. Meanwhile, once that approach coming through, they're going to try to split their way through this spawn, but Verno looks to try to hold the line. Sit on that stun. Cryo able to find that kill eventually, but Mazzino now just trying to push forward, lead them to these eliminations, and Mazzino was absolutely nuclear in the round. A 4K for him on the sky. They will deny a bonus conversion.
Yeah, that's huge. Honestly, being able to prevent that bonus is a big deal for MIBR Los, because this is, again, so much that they're bringing into this round is so scary, but Mazzino reads the play nicely, just expects that there's going to be extra layers behind that run it back.
Let's go, boys. Let's go, boys.
And just wants to spam through and does a world of damage in there. That's got Fraud applauding. Very happy with what he's seeing there. And I didn't do anything this time.
No.
Can't blame me.
I didn't see your hands.
That's right.
I didn't see what you were doing. Just making sure. But, all
touching.
Right. Well, hopefully another decently fast one. Go ahead and clean up and get back into this. Yeah, that's the face that I make every time we have a tech pause.
Yep.
Good to see the cross-faction support here. Still showing up to cheer for some of the other America's teams.
Who are they rooting for today? You think MIBR? The Sun fans? The old Zekin?
MIBR, yep, support there. As it seems like it might just be a cable swap. And right back into it. And I mean, if it's Mazzino, I don't know, which peripheral it might be, but it seemed like everything was working fine.
Yeah, I was going to say.
If there was an issue and he still managed to get that 4K, I mean, maybe you just keep playing like that.
Right? I'd be like, well, even though maybe I don't know, the frame rate's a little off or something, it's working.
Like God Dead playing with a tissue in his nose. It's just one of those superstitions. It's like, no, just leave it.
If it works, it works. That's all that matters. Sometimes the unorthodox methods are the best for the players. Like this guy, just think he started the meta of not paying attention to the monitor, when there was timeouts. He just immediately leaned back, and now everybody's doing it.
That is true. Trendsetter.
Yeah.
He locked in for that one.
Yeah.
Caught a little off guard.
He's ready.
Back into it. Not sure what Zekin's saying. Seems like he has a disagreement about something, so maybe a reflag. Quick little double check. So I think we're just trying to make sure that everything is going to be squared away. Trying to get things going. Okay. Seeing some thumbs up.
Yay.
Usually a positive sign. So should be able to get back into the action here in just a brief moment. Thank you guys are bearing with us. Hopefully we don't have any others to really go through. Otherwise we're going to start pulling from the well, chatting about TV shows and all that other stuff.
You could, but yeah, you don't want to hear that.
Yeah, we don't want podcast time. We want gameplay time. So it looks like we are back into it. Seeker's going to be online now for Mazzino. Still waiting to see. Second and Aspas get a piece of the pie here. Kill is at the moment for the duelist. And Aspas, well, he will be able to find one, but 100 Thieves find so much more. 3 kills in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, this is just an aggressive push out early. So 100 Thieves kind of rewinding a few rounds ago to the way MIBR Los played the eco, knowing that they were pushed up north pretty early, or at least suspect it. This time they overstack that angle, make sure that they deal with that attempt to kind of gain that upper edge as the defenders on Fracture. You want to push space on the map, and 100 Thieves get the right read and deny that instantly. That's huge. Now they're just going to take their time, slow and steady, have the trip behind you. Make sure that Tex does try to get a backstab going. It should be accounted for, assuming it's placed correctly.
Verno now having to basically try to play around Tex's util. So far has not been triggered. Oh, the smoke to fall on for it. More than ready for it. He finds that kill, and for Tex, there's not much more he can really be asked to do. Actually stay on this north side position, try to find an exit, but going for the round win, certainly not to be. So we'll just backpedal away, and 100 Thieves will maintain a lead.
Yeah, and he knows they have a pretty good idea of where he's at because he had to clear the trip up there on the way through. So one of those rounds that just comes down to, are you going to be able to win that big fight early? Have that little bit of an extra advantage? Well, they certainly did. 100 Thieves even get a bit of a peek on how some of those trips were set up on B, so gives them a little bit of extra info there potentially for future rounds as well. Yeah, 100 Thieves right back at it, only losing 1 player. It's going to be Timotino with his ult, already 7 kills for the Neon. I can't stress enough how much I like the Neon on this map, how it makes it really challenging for opponents in certain areas of the map, because there's actually quite a bit of open space on parts of Fracture. And that's, I think, where Neon really excels. So far, there's some decent reads inside of 100 Thieves. And I was talking to NBS earlier today at lunch, and I was just like, so what's the game plan today? What's it going to look like? He's like, we got some new stuff cooked. I was like, all right.
Well, so far so good. That's going to force a timeout from the MIBR camp. Trying to get things squared away. Push back in the right direction. Economy-wise, it's going to be very rough around the edges. Haven't been able to build up anything, so going into this one pretty damn light, I do believe. So let's see what info Fraud's going to be able to give them. Because, I mean, to go back over it, this is their map pick.
It is. I mean, I think from what you've seen from 100 Thieves, the response here might be something like, let's shore up a main control and kind of play a little bit more keep away around arcade and dish. Like, you know, it's okay to have one player up there maybe, but have them be willing to fall back pretty quickly and then play for faster retail, you know, like counter moves when 100 Thieves is going for their executes. I think that's something that works really well when a team starts to really over-aggress on that northern side, but it will be a different look immediately for 100 Thieves. Outlaw there for Timotino. Has the ult to back it up. Everybody but Tech's going to be one tap to that sniper rifle, so.
There's some thrifties in the water today.
Has been.
So, I mean, we saw what kind of rebound that created for Nongshim, that second map. Perhaps Arlos will be able to have something similar if they could get this one over the line before the moment. They're fully gambled onto the B site. And all of 100 Thieves not even looking to try to explore that angle. They just want to death ball this one. Taking their time with it. Now, starting to up the pace. Being diligent, clearing out all angles. Util going to be invested here just to get the scale forward. Clear out the site. Didn't make it to upper, so they don't necessarily know that that's clear unless Tipitino's position, but either way.
Planted.
5 players now to attempt to retake Cryo. He is on an island comparatively, and the full flash is going to be connecting with a haven't checked him until the very last moment. Alphas will be able to find that one. A couple kills going to be found in reply. Swerno does manage to collect his Vandal, but push forward through the smoke. He puts it to use, finds that kill, but gets nearsighted by Bang. Swings the corner and takes him down. It's decent damage dealt. It's a solid attempt at the Thrifty.